the 21st and 22nd of May 2022 on a Dublin Citizens Assembly. So once again, Céad Míle Fáilte. So once again, I am deeply honoured and privileged to be your chairman for this most significant gathering of free people of Dublin to over the weekend to discuss, to debate, and once again dream about the future of our great city and county of Dublin. I am on the Secretariat and the EAG, and we're all very honoured and proud that you can once again commit yourselves to public service by agreeing to take some of your time, your free time, to be with us here today and tomorrow to take part in this Citizens' Assembly. And I am most grateful that you've made time in your busy lives to commit to and serve a higher purpose than yourselves. And what greater service than our great city and county of Dublin. I would like to start off this weekend session to once again remind us of our purpose that has been defined by the House of Oireachtas in our terms of reference. And I do quote that a Citizens' Assembly to be known as the Dublin Citizens' Assembly with a total of 80 members, including an independent chairperson, 67 randomly selected members of the public living in Dublin City and County, and 12 councillors selected from across the 4 local authorities to consider the type of directly elected mayor and local government proposals in that regard. And those are really our guiding terms of reference. And if we do our work properly, by the end of this process, again, we should be in a position to build a consensus around those proposals, around those recommendations that we can issue to the Houses of Oireachtas in November. And again, while there may not be a unanimous agreement on the type of directly elected mayor and local government structures that are best suited for Dublin, all members should be able to agree that the debate was conducted in a respectful environment and that each and every one of you were given the opportunity to voice your opinion and that this process was scrupulously fair. And Dr. Jane Souter is and her team is keeping a very close eye on us that is happening, and we do appreciate your engagement with the surveys. We've got some very interesting feedback, and again, we'd like you to be as honest and as candid as you were the last time in terms of how we're running this particular process. I would now like to just speak about the plan of action, and it's some feedback that we got from you in those surveys, and indeed from the steering group. So I'm just going to show you how we're going to climb this Dublin mountain. So we started off with our session 1, and very broadly we spoke about in the 3 weeks ago about what was Dublin, its geography, its history. We spoke about local government in Dublin, and indeed the challenges that we would see as part of this process for a directly elected mayor, and indeed the local government, the local structures that need to support that. Today, we've got a really exciting programme. We're going to talk about how we do it, and we're going to bring in our 4 local Lord Mayors, and they're going to address the Assembly, and we'll get a chance to speak to them. We'll also invite people external to the state from Great Britain, from Manchester, from the US, Boston, and from France and Paris. And we're going to see how other people will do it. And then we're going to talk about tomorrow morning about possible options, which leads us then into our 3rd session with where we look at what should or how could it look like in terms of what a directly elected mayor would look like, those structures, and we'll discuss some potential models and powers and structures that the mayor might have. When we convene in September, and again that date of the 3rd or the 10th, it's one of those days, not both of them. We just need to confirm that date for you. But we're going to narrow down and debate the options and agree our ballot papers that we'll vote for on our 5th session, which will take place on the 1st of October, and that date is in the diary for Dublin Castle. So we'll vote and we'll agree and make the recommendations on the type of directly elected mayor. And following that meeting on October, the Secretariat, myself, will prepare the draft report that we'll issue to all the Assembly members. We'll give you a chance to review it, to respond to it, for us to consider those proposed changes if you have any. And then at the end of this process, when we climb the very apex of that mountain, we'll be able to issue the report and your recommendations and your proposals to our houses of the Oireachtas. So that's the plan of action at a very, very high level, just to give you the idea of our direction of travel. So for today, I just want to remind us of our guiding principles and our values. And if you want to know what a person's values are, well, just look at what they do every day. So if we want to know what our values are, we want to live these today and tomorrow in the Assembly. And the first one is openness. I'm just going to go through our principles once again for a few moments. So the Citizens' Assembly will operate with complete transparency, with all plenary meetings being streamlined live on the citizensassembly.ie website, and all documentation, including submissions, will be freely available on the website. Fairness is the second guiding principle. So we need to ensure that we allow the full spectrum of views to be heard on every issue from all of you, including people looking in this morning. Our briefing material, we hope, is of the highest quality. And our presentations, and we've got two excellent speakers this morning who I'll introduce in a few moments. They'll be factual, they'll be informative, they'll be impartial, and again, those presentations will be accessible to you. The third of guiding principles is equality of voice amongst all Assembly members. So each member will have the opportunity to voice their opinions and to allow other members to voice theirs, which is crucial, with no one dominating the discussion. So I do appreciate and really value people contributing to the discussions. But I do want to encourage some new voices today. We had some great debate our last session over those 2 days. So I really want to create an environment where people feel safe to put your hand up and to advocate your position. And that's what we want to do here today. So if I've heard of you for a few times, just bear with me as I try and create a safe space for other contributions in the room. So please, if you have anything to say, please step into that space. Respect is our next guiding principle. So each member will respect each other's opinions by ensuring that everyone can make contributions and express their views freely and without fear of personal attack or criticisms. One of our core values. Efficiency. The Convention will make best use of our limited time together and ensure that members are supported to the greatest extent possible, including their preparation for meetings, and all meetings will start and end on time. So you'll see that with the start time. If I don't happen to be here, Art will step in. If Art isn't there, somebody else will step in to make sure that we manage your time and respectful of your time. So we'll always start and finish on time. The next one, our value, is collegiality. So we recognize that we are a diverse group, and that really is our strength. We will work together in a spirit of friendship together as we embark this important task for the City and County of Dublin. And the final one, which we introduced, which we introduced 3 weeks ago, was the value and founding principle of psychological safety. So this, again, to remind ourselves, is a basic human need, and it's a shared belief that the team and the Citizens' Assemblies is a safe space. And when we have a safe space, it's easier for us to engage, for us to speak up and share ideas. And a safe space welcomes diversity, and it allows you, as our Assembly, to flourish regardless of your gender, your colour, your race, your background, or your political preference. So those are our guiding principles. So before we start into a really exciting program, I can't wait for this one this morning. We've got some great topics, great speakers, and great presentations, and great people to interview. I would like to remind us why we're all here. And I'm going to invite on the stage a poet who's well known in the Dublin art scene, John Cummins. And John is going to recite a poem that really reminds us why we're all taking time out of our busy lives to be here. So please welcome on stage poet John Cummins.
Morning. Born of a Cabra father and a Mary's Mansion's mother. I'm a Ballymun baby, Eamon Kent Tower, but it was in Darndale where my roots took flower. In Tulip, Marigold Court, Primrose, Buttercup, Snowdrop Walk. Back in my day, it was Dublin Cuig. The gaffs faced round the other way when I was ground to Gruig. Bounced the ball in the square, fled the legger down the lane. So the archers were there to protect you from the pounding rain. Borrowed Bonya from a neighbour, sourced the sweets from the van. Then a bit of brown and a looser, thinking me a big man. Someone from the Dale of the Darn is going to spin a yarn, more significant than Animal Farm. Someone from the view of the moat is going to nail a note, pin it on a cynic like an antidote dope quote. Someone from the camp of the bell is going to outcast a spell, when a wizard, what a witch, a rhyme chiming and prop a bell. Meanwhile, there's more of the Eden, hairline receding, though barely teething, stood scarcely believing that all of them other places full of the concrete scheming, be also indulging earnestly in that escapist dreaming. And we all share so much similar breeding, and stroll and stomp and duck dive and weave, and geographically, affably I have walked these zones, occasionally acoustically accompanied by the headphones, and I've witnessed quite identifiably identical homes, and sometimes I've listened to sensible songs and passionate poems. You see, this is where I'm from, my roots, my ground. This be where me be born, and me third eye feels bound to the concrete of any corner gaff. I'm sound with the coastline, even if it's in a photoshopped photograph, and I'm linked to the famine, parted the boom, tasted the salmon, excuse me, and I've prayed to the moon. And I'm tied to the chestnuts, the sycamore tree, tied to the state and its scaremongery. Oh, this is where I'm from, my stem, my sky, my once upon amen, my reason why I feel bound to the begging of any street urchin. Sound slow snogging at the hippie hop lurchin. Linked to the Viking, part of the rising, tasted the biting, sample downsizing. I'm tied to the ink in the proclamation, tied to the Emmy and the migration, tied to the core of a civil rights struggle, tied to the core of a Moore Street haggle. It is my street, it's your street, not a high street, Moore Street. It's a fruit and veg, fish and flower street. Moore Street is our street. This is where I'm from, my soil, my space, my sky, my stem, my time, my place. I'm bound to the bog, bound to the brick. Sound is a pound when I'm taking the mick, and I'm linked to the Brits, and I'm part of the Gaeltacht, tasted the myths, learned the Mocha-Neeloch. Tied to the source of a Shanachie story, tied to its roots, to its source, to its cormy. Oh, Ireland, Eire, emerald oil. It lived itself large, now recharge that mobile. If only we'd have kept it tighter for a wee while, we wouldn't have so many of our young folk in X. I'll Shangri-La when I go home, with the pen and pad composing om. Rock the metaphor, ring the silly bell up home, my true love fare thee well. Mount you come in form of flow, find your feet stroll soft and slow. Know that you will never die, so pass our boy, please cast cold. I am a native of Dublin, on a crusty slice of Brennan's born and bred. I've outgrown the north and south divide, long conquered that nut out of this simple head. An introspective lens, the lad with much affection for the Munster. I'd cuddle any coddle from Connacht and kiss the love of any colour from Ulster. An ordinary Irishman, quite content to cross the water. From Coolock I've travelled Europock, crisscross lots of border, and I feel blessed, for on my adventure I've met many, many good folk. People sound enough to laugh even though it wasn't such a good joke. People who treated me respectfully made me want to be a good bloke, and I reciprocated because nice people make good folk. Be Jesus, kindness begetifies common decency. Compassion is truly best friends with the empathy, and OMG, tolerance isn't overly demanding, and peace actually loves understanding, not war, not hate, not ignorance. One life, one spin, one dance, perchance I learn what you teach. You are the shore on my beach, I'm the stone in your peach, and you reach and teach where I reach and teach, because everyone is a soul role model. We're hard to lend life, love, a lottle. Courage to protect each other from the blows. Strength to lift each other up out of the lows. We all be naturally born superheroes. Each to mind each, I suppose. Best of luck with your listening, talking and thinking today, folks.
Thanks, John. Thank you so much. Please give it again for John Morrison. Thank you. Thanks, John. John Cummins again, thank you so much. That was really inspirational, but really kind of ground us, I think, to our sense of purpose and why we're here this weekend and why you're all giving your time to this incredible assembly. So I'd like to now to commence our first topic. It's on the this morning we're speaking about the Dublin experience, and we have a great panel this morning. We have Laura Shannon from the Institute of Public Administration and editor of the Local Authority Times. Laura is highly and well established in her area, and she has an excellent reputation in this field. But before we hear from Laura on the current role of the council mayors, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, who is Dr. Philip Byrne, Director of the Local Government Division at the Institute of Public Administration. Again, Dr. Byrne is a leader in the field, and he's been our senior researcher for the last 20 years. We are privileged to have both Laura and Philip with us this morning, and I hand now over to Dr. Philip Byrne. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how I'm going to follow that that presentation earlier on. So I've been asked this morning to talk for 15 minutes. I don't know how I'm going to keep the 15 minutes, but I'll do my best, on the challenges facing the four Dublin authorities and the relationship also that the four Dublin authorities have with central government. And also in my presentation to show how some of these challenges are very much Dublin-specific type of challenges. So I'd be delighted to take questions later on, folks. So I'm going to start by looking at it from a number of perspectives. The first thing I want to do is just set the scene for you. Just give you a very quick couple of minutes view of local government in Ireland today, and where the four Dublins fit in that model. And in so doing, just very quickly talk about the services that they provide and how they're funded. Now, I could spend all day on that, but I'm just going to do that in 5 minutes. And then focus in on some of the key challenges that each of the local authorities, and specifically the Dublin authorities, are facing currently and perhaps will face into the near future. And these challenges will be very important challenges, I think, for any new directly elected mayor when that happens. And then to show what sort of relationship the Dublin authorities and all the local authorities have with central government. Okay, just to set the scene for you very quickly, I'll just put this total slide up. Local government that we have today is over 120 years up and running. It formally came into being in 1898 with a piece of legislation called Local Government in brackets Ireland Act. And from the early 1900s right up until a very important year, which is 2014, the model evolved. And it changed dramatically in 2014. And the very early years we very much mirrored the British model. Right up until the year 2014, we had developed 114 local authorities. That was made up of 29 county councils, 5 city councils, and 80 town councils. But a piece of legislation changed the landscape completely, where 80 town councils were abolished and a number of local authorities were merged. And what we have today is 25 county councils, and we've 3 city councils, including Dublin, Cork and Galway, and then we've 3 merged local authorities that were former local authorities in their own basis. So we've Limerick City and Limerick County as one local authority called Limerick City and County Council, Waterford City and Waterford County as one local authority called Waterford City and County Council, and Tipperary County Council, formerly 2 local authorities, North Tipperary and South Tipperary. We currently have about 28,500 staff working in the local government system. That represents approximately 1/10 of public sector numbers. Before the reform and in the height of the time in local government, the greatest number ever in local government was 38,000 staff. We're now down 10,000 from that, and that was a cull that happened during the last recession. We have currently 949 elected members working in the 31 local authorities, 63 elected members in Dublin City Council, 55 in Cork County Council. They're the two biggest local authorities out of the 31. And then in the rest of the other 29 local authorities, we have a maximum of 40 elected members and a minimum of 18. And that's all laid out in the legislation, the 2014 Act. And that's based on a formula of one elected member representing, on average, 4,830 head of population. And the interesting thing about that is before the reform there was 1,600 elected members, 1,627 to be precise, because elected members were on the boards, or were the board of governors of the town councils, but they're now gone and they were independent local authorities. We have elections every 5 years, as you know, and the last elections was in 2019, and the next elections will be 2024, May 2024. So we have a new council every 5 years, basically. And on average, about 1/3 of elected members are newly elected every term, on average. Okay, in relation to the services that local authorities provide. Now, I won't get into this in huge detail because I'll be here for the day, but they provide services on what's known as 8 service division bases. And within each of these, there's a whole load of sub-services. So on average, there's about 100 different types of services provided by the 31 local authorities. So I'll just give you an example of one, and maybe at coffee time we can talk about more. But if we take housing and building, so what the local authorities do there, they assess people's needs for social housing support. They put them on waiting lists. They prioritise them on waiting lists, and then they provide them with some sort of social housing support. Traditionally, it used to be local authority houses that they built, and now in the new national plan they're pushing towards that again. But in the last 15 years or so, they've been using the private rented sector with the recently developed HAP scheme, before that the RAS scheme, and another scheme called social leasing. Then when they put people give them social housing support, they charge rent for that. And then they deal with other issues in housing, like, for example, antisocial behaviour is a big issue for local authorities. They deal with marginalised groups, the likes of homeless people, elderly people, disabled people, travelling community, the Roma community. And they deal with many other things. They have an enforcement role in each of the service areas. So the big enforcement role in housing is the whole area of going into the private rented sector and inspecting properties for standards of accommodation. They also provide grants. For example, they give housing adaptation grants to elderly people, to people with disabilities, and people with mobility problems as well. So they provide a wide range of services in each of those areas. It often amazes me how the general public really doesn't know that. So they're pushing a communication process now to let everybody know what's involved. In relation to how they're funded, for example, in relation to Dublin City Council, for their day-to-day expenditure based on their budget for 2022, they're expecting to spend €1.1 billion across those 8 service divisions, 1.1 billion, of which 497 million is on housing and building. And that very much reflects the whole philosophy of the government. And again, I don't have time to get into the other areas, but if you look at the other Dublins, for example, which I'll show you now, I'll come down to it in a sec. The other Dublins, 282 million this year for South Dublin, Dunleary Rathdown 214 million, and Fingal 302 million. That just shows you the scale of Dublin City. So out of the 28,000 staff, 5,000 staff work in Dublin City. And out of that, the total budget for day-to-day expenditure, or as it's known in local government, revenue expenditure, Dublin City is about 1/5 of it. So there's about €5 billion being spent in 2022, of which €1 billion has been spent by Dublin City. That just shows you how specific the remit Dublin has vis-a-vis the rest of the country. For example, Carlow County Council, their budget's about 50 million. So that shows you the difference in scale. So just very quickly then, how are local authorities funded for day-to-day expenditure? There's 4 sources of funding. Commercial rates is a major source. They can charge for services and goods like housing rent, for example, planning application fees, fire charges, etc. And then, of course, they're very dependent on the centre for grants and subsidies. They're called specific state grants and subsidies. That means they can't use them for discretionary purposes, and the local property tax. So just to show you, for example, for Dublin City for 2022, they're expecting to get in 367 million from the ratepayers, commercial rates, 329 million in relation to service charges, like car parking and so on, and planning application fees, housing rent fees and so on. 376 million for government grants and subsidies, and the local property tax 23 million. And then 35 million they have as a credit balance. Now, just moving on then to the challenges, folks. Now, I could spend all day on that, as you can appreciate, and I'd be delighted to take questions in a few minutes. But just in relation to the challenges, there are many, many challenges across those service areas, specifically relevant to the Dublin local authorities. For example, in relation to housing, there are specific construction targets now to build local authority houses. And this is based on a very recently developed national policy on housing, which is called Housing for All, that was launched last year. So for the country, over the next 5 years, the document said that we will be constructing 47,000 social units. In relation to the 4 Dublins, they will be constructing over nearly 30% of that. So, for example, in relation to Dublin City, between 2022 and 2006, over 9,000 units. For South Dublin, over 3,000 units. For Fingal, over 3,000 units. And 2,000 units for Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown County Council. In relation to homelessness, which is a major challenge, for example, for the government and indeed for local authorities, for the Greater Dublin metropolitan area, we hear figures nearly every day on the news about homeless people, but it's estimated that there's currently over 4,000 homeless people in the Greater Dublin metropolitan area, which is a huge percentage of the total number of homeless people in Ireland. About 64% actually of the total population. But just to say, to address that challenge, the 4 Dublins are providing a shared service to deal with this, and fabulous shared service called the Dublin Regional Homeless Executive. And also the AHBs, the approved housing bodies, have a major role in that area as well. Plus the homeless units in each of the local authorities, plus the homeless action teams as well. Just to say, there's a massive amount of work being done in that area. Also, another big challenge is the priority groups. So the government have identified in relation to housing 4 key priority groups that local authorities must take into consideration when providing social housing support. Elderly, disabled, the travelling community, the Roma community, etc. And by God, they do that. And they do that in their allocation scheme and their housing needs assessment scheme as well. Other kind of major challenges for the Dublins and indeed for the rest of the system is arrears. So, for example, housing rents arrears is a big challenge. And also, I meant to say to you, local authorities provide loans to people to buy their houses. They're the lender of last resort. And there has been a significant amount of housing loans arrears as well. But to address that, local authorities have set up debt management units, and very active ones in the 4 Dublins. And also for housing loans arrears have put into place mortgage arrears resolution plans. And I could spend all day just on the whole area of housing, for example. Other major challenges facing local authorities and facing the Dublins on housing is the whole area of antisocial behaviour. That's a huge challenge. But again, to address that challenge, local authorities are doing a great job, and particularly the likes of Dublin City and the other Dublins. They work very closely with, for example, the police. There's things called joint policing committees to address homeless activities. Plus, they have certain powers in doing so. And of course, the elected members are very active here, and they have a key reserved function in that area, which is called the antisocial behaviour strategy. Other areas then, for example, the whole area of using the private rented sector, the whole area of the Housing Assistance Payment Scheme, the RAS scheme, social leasing scheme. The big challenge for that, and it's a major part of government policy, is the supply of units in the private rented sector to do this. But there's a lot of people that would believe that the because there's big issues for people once they're in the private rented sector, they can't buy their home. So home ownership is a big challenge, and that's why we're seeing housing construction now happening, because once somebody is in a local authority house, they have the opportunity down the road to purchase that house. So just moving on to another area like road transportation and safety. What are the challenges and what is specific in relation to the Dublin area? A number of them. So, for example, in relation to Dublin, one of and the 4 Dublins, one of the major challenges that they have to do is to try and implement what's in, again, a national policy. And there's a very big national policy in relation to spatial development in Ireland for the next 22 years. It's called the National Planning Framework 2040, where there's huge targets to transform this country in terms of spatial development, and particularly in the area of housing, but particularly in the area of transportation. So, for example, one of the major targets in it is to have a metro, and a metro linking Sandyford and Swords via Dublin Airport. And that has been on the cards a long time, and there's been a lot of discussion about this in the news, etc., where they were hoping that this would be done by the end of this decade. They're pushing it out a little bit to the next decade, but I think at some stage it will be done, and this has huge implications for the Dublins. This has been on the cards for a long time. In fact, back in the mid-noughties, they were talking about having an underground station in Stephen's Green, where we'd have 2 metro lines linking the Dart, the Lewis, and heavy rail right to Dublin Airport in 17 minutes. Don't know whether that's ever going to happen, but I do think there will be a metro at some stage linking Sandyford and Swords via Dublin Airport. So from the Dublin's geographical perspective, that's crucial that they facilitate that. There's many other targets in relation to roads, transportation and safety. For example, the shift away from the whole carbon-intensive propulsion systems. So and that's to meet our CO2 emission targets in relation to climate change. And that's, again, this idea of the metro, but it also brings in the DART expansion, and it also brings in the Bus Connect programmes. And again, quite specific to the Dublin local authorities. So definitely transportation is a big ticket item, and I would imagine for a directly elected mayor, this will be a major challenge. For example, this idea of private cars coming into the centre non-stop. They've been trying to deal with this, routine trips. And then the problems that causes problems with CO2 emissions, causes problems with congestion, and the whole push towards the whole area of walking and cycling and the Bus Connect programmes, etc., that I mentioned to you. So that's just for example, a few challenges in land, in road transportation and safety. Massive challenges in the whole area of environment and water. Massive, and again, I could spend a whole day here. The whole area of water and wastewater treatment. We have, certainly for the Dublin metropolitan area and the Dublin region, is facing infrastructural challenges here. Definitely in relation to the demand, and as our population increases, for high quality drinking water, and particularly in relation to future population growth, and in relation to the problems we've had, for example, with water conservation. So for the Dublin region, the whole area of the Ringsend water treatment plant is a major priority in that regard, and particularly a major priority for Irish Water. So Irish Water have taken over water services, but local authorities, from a day-to-day basis through a service level agreement, provide the day-to-day services they always did, and the local authorities then are paid back by Irish Water, including the staff costs as well. Many other problems in the environment area, the whole area of climate change, waste management, and for the Dublin region, litter pollution and control. That's a major challenge. So, for example, since all the local authorities, with the exception of a small part of Dublin City, have moved away from waste collection, a lot of people aren't availing of private waste collection services and are dumping their rubbish and fly tipping, not just in the streets in the Dublin region, but also in out, for example, in South Dublin, up in mountainous areas. A major challenge from an enforcement point of view there. I could go on, for example, with many other challenges, but that's just a flavour of them. I would argue the 2 biggies for local government, and particularly for the Dublin regions, the challenges would resound around the whole area of housing and building and transportation. Major challenges, but of course in the other areas as well. Just to conclude then, the relationship with the centre. Well, there's a huge relationship. First of all, the main central relationship is with the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government. They're the parent department to the local authorities. And they are a policy maker. So as I mentioned earlier on, they have developed many national policies. I mentioned Housing for All in relation to the housing area. I mentioned the National Planning planning framework in relation to planning and so on. They're also the legislator. So, for example, they've been producing a significant amount of legislation for local government. For example, in relation to housing, there's over 12 primary acts, and then there's a significant amount of secondary legislation in the form of statutory instruments. And one of the big things, for example, in relation to legislation, there's a huge amount of EU law in the form of EU directives and EU regulations that have come on local authorities. And the way they're brought into force, and EU regulations and EU law in the form of directives takes precedence on member states' national law. And the Custom House, that's what I call it, that's where the department is based, the majority of the department. The Custom House have been very active over the last 20 years in bringing them into force through statutory instruments. But also they're a major funder to local authorities. As I showed you earlier on, for day-to-day expenditure, about 30% of day-to-day expenditure comes from grants and subsidies, for both current grants, day-to-day expenditure, and for capital grants as well. Also, they have a very big role, for example, in controlling staff numbers. That's a major thing. So no local authority can go ahead and recruit an extra 100 people without the imprimatur of the Custom House. Then you have, for example, within the Custom House as well, a very scrutiny role. So, for example, within the Custom House, you have the Local Government Audit Service, and they're the external auditor to the 31 local authorities. Also, adjacent to the Custom House, or working with the Custom House, is a newly formed scrutiny body called NOAC, the National Oversight Audit Commission, and they're there to monitor and scrutinise the performance of local authorities. But on top of that, local government is also dealing with many other central departments. So, for example, they get funding from a whole load of central departments, the likes of, for example, Department of Transport, of course, Department of Finance, and then subnational organisations. So, for example, in relation to current grants and capital grants for roads, they get funding from Transport Infrastructure Ireland. Also, they deal with the revenue commissioners. So, for example, one of the key sources of funding, the revenue accounts. So, revenue accounts, every local authority has a revenue account and a capital account. The revenue account tracks all the day-to-day expenditure of the local authorities in relation to the 8 service divisions, including staff costs. And one of the 4 main sources I mentioned were commercial rates, service charges, government grants and subsidies, and the local property tax. But in relation to the local property tax, that's not collected by the local authorities. That's collected by revenue, the revenue commissioners. They also collect the plastic shopping bag levy and the landfill levy, and those levies are used to go into a fund that's managed in the Custom House called the Environment Fund, to push initiatives in the environment area, particularly on the whole area of the hierarchical approach to waste management, and particularly in the area of recycling. And finally, they deal on a day-to-day basis with a huge amount of subnational organisations. For example, the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, the HSA, the Health and Safety Authority, the HSE. And these guys have a huge monitoring and enforcement role with the relationship with local government. Now, I'm sorry for overshooting my time, Chair, but I'll stop now and I'd be delighted to take questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Philip Byrne. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. A lot to cover, and thank you for making it so clear to us all. I'd now like to introduce Ms. Laura Shannon from the Institute of Public Administration and editor of Local Authority Times. Presentation is on the current role of the council members. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I'll move this a bit closer, maybe. Can you hear me okay down the back there? Great. I'll keep this brief. Today I'm just here to give you, I suppose, a background of the current status quo in Dublin and maybe how the role of directly elected mayor is going to impact on that system. So first things first, and in very simple terms, what is a mayor? So it derives from the French, I'll save you my pronunciation in French, meaning head of a city or town government. So depending on the country, the state, the region, the locality you're in, mayor will mean very different things depending on their own system of local governance. And you're very fortunate actually to be hearing over the course of this weekend about international models and from international mayors themselves. When many people hear the word mayor, they might have a certain vision that springs to mind. Mayor Quimby is perhaps not the best example that we should set for ourselves here, but possibly more familiar to you, unfortunately, than some of the Dublin mayors that you're going to hear from this weekend. And that might change then over the course of the years after your recommendations. So what's the status quo in Ireland? So in Ireland, the mayor is the chairperson of the local council, and they act as a ceremonial representative of the local authority. Their role is largely limited to presiding over council meetings and representing the council at external and public events, rather than an office that holds executive functions. The default title is actually Cathaoirleach, and that's what's set out in legislation. And then we also use mayor, and that's actually reserved for certain circumstances. And the Irish is used in all of these, Cathaoirleach obviously meaning chairperson in Irish. Maora is then used as the Irish alternative to mayor. And then we also have, as Jim referred to already, the Lord Mayors, and they are in Dublin City Council and Cork City Council. The Lord Mayor, sorry, did that come up there? No. The Lord Mayor in Dublin dates back to 1229, and since 1840 the members of Dublin City Council have elected the Lord Mayor from among its own members. So the position of Lord Mayor is therefore of historical and cultural significance, and it comes with additional benefits. You might be aware of the Mansion House in Dublin City Centre, where the Mayor gets to preside for their term, and they have a carriage, and there's kind of peculiar traditions, and the Lord Mayor might speak about those later on today. As I mentioned, the role of Cathaoirleach and of Deputy Cathaoirleach or Mayor is actually provided for under legislation. So each local authority in Ireland needs to have a Cathaoirleach. For this presentation, I'm just going to use the word Mayor instead because it's perhaps more commonly used in Dublin and just what you might be familiar with. How is a Mayor elected? So at the annual council meeting every year, the councillors will elect one of the serving councillors to chair the council and represent them. The mayor will generally kind of set out their own priorities then for the year and use their term to advocate for those depending on the individual and raise their profile and try and implement some of their priorities. It is possible for the council to re-elect the same person in consecutive years, but in practice that doesn't really happen. What typically happens is that a group of councillors or parties form a majority within the council, and they will decide who is going to be mayor and rotate that over the term of the council, which is 5 years. So just for example, Dublin City Council, following the last local elections, formed a ruling majority of Fianna Fáil, the Green Party and Labour, and so the role of mayor has rotated each year between one of those councillors. And there have been recommendations in the past to extend the term of office of mayor past 1 year. Plenty of recommendations in the past, but none of those have actually been implemented. So across all local authorities at present, it remains at 1 year. For a directly elected mayor, you would imagine that it will be a longer term and potentially the term of office or the electoral cycle, which is 5 years. So what is the system in Dublin at the moment? So as we know, there are 4 local authorities in Dublin, and it was very helpful to get that kind of refresher from Philip there about the system of local government. So as I mentioned, there's a Lord Mayor of Dublin, which is currently Councillor Alison Gilliland, and she's the 353rd Lord Mayor, and only the 10th woman to hold that office. In Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown, they use the title Cathaoirleach, and that is Councillor Letty McCarthy. And in Fingal, where we are today, they use the title Mayor for the last number of years. And in South Dublin, we also have the title Mayor. Now, I tried to get pictures for you here today to show their chain of office, because that's how you will recognise who the Mayor is. And on the website, there was these 3 pictures of the 3 women mayors, and I couldn't find one of Councillor Kavanagh. So this is the best one I could come across, where he's posing beside a Viking, apparently. So maybe ask him about that later. I think it was at a playground launch or something like that. I also can't help but point out that it's remarkable that there are 3 women represented on this slide, and 3 women will be speaking to you today. And it's perhaps not reflective of local government in general. There's still a long way to go in terms of gender balance of elected members. The Dublin authorities are a little bit ahead, and even in Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown, there was a 50-50 gender balance of men and women elected at the last local elections. But I think across the board, it's less than 30% of elected members are women. So what do these mayors do? As I said, their main role is to chair the plenary or full council meetings, which is when all the local authority members come together once a month and conduct the business of the council and debate items and make decisions. And the chair will have a casting vote in those meetings. They also chair the corporate policy group, which is a key committee of the local authority where a lot of the business gets done. And like any kind of chair of any meeting or board or assembly, it's very important role in ensuring the smooth running of events, kind of negotiating between parties and making sure contentious issues are resolved. They do also have a limited range of specific powers and functions, which I'll just go through briefly. So they can request information from the Chief Executive. I know you heard from the Chief Executives at your last meeting, so you will know that in practice, they report monthly to the Council anyway and give them a lot of information, but there is that provision there that the Mayor can request any information on the activities of the Council. They can call a special meeting of the Council. Again, in practice, it's more likely that a group of elected members will come together to call this, but that would be, if they don't get to discuss everything at a full council meeting and it's a particularly topical issue, that they will call a special meeting on, say, the budget or local property tax or, climate change, something that's urgently needs to be discussed. The Mayor must also be informed of additional expenditure that would be occurred on an emergency basis, and they must be informed of potential breaches of the ethics framework or the code of conduct by the Chief Executive or Deputy Chief or elected members. And the Chief Executive must also consult with the Mayor before they appoint a Deputy Chief Executive. And the Mayor does have the ability to appoint a Deputy Chief Executive if there's none in place and the Chief Executive can't fulfil their duties. But as I said, a large part of the role is the ceremonial and representational role. So the Mayor will represent the Council when, for example, they're meeting visiting dignitaries or potential investors and so on. And they can also propose to confer a civic honour on an individual, but that does then need to be voted on by the entire Council. I have some examples to demonstrate those roles on the next slide. Just to briefly mention, a lot of people these days would actually consider the role as it stands as a full-time role. And in fact, some people might consider the role of councillor as a full-time role, depending. And to reflect those additional responsibilities, they are given other resources and allowances. At present, all of the elected members across the board in Ireland, all 949 I think it is, receive a representational payment of around 26,000 per year, and the Mayor receives an additional allowance in all councils on top of that. And in Dublin, I think it was recently reported at around 30,000 per year for all 4 mayors on top of their representational payment. So I just wanted to show you some examples of the ceremonial role of of the mayors. I think you can all spot who's on this slide. It's our chair, Jim Gavin, and he was awarded the Freedom of the City of Dublin in early 2020, I believe, Jim, was it just before the COVID pandemic? So one of the last people to receive that. They have also recently announced that 3 women are going to be bestowed that award next month. I think Kelly Harrington, Alva Smith for human rights, and Professor Mary Aiken will be bestowed that honour next month. So as I said, that is a role of the Mayor to propose who will be bestowed this honour, and then the Council vote on it in full. Up here we have the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge who visited Howth again in early 2020. So it'll be the mayor's job usually to meet these people and show them around the area, likewise with potential investors who might want to come and set up in the area. Just here to demonstrate the mayoral awards. This happens across the country again, and this was a recent example in Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown, where they just bestow honours to people in the community for their achievements. And at the bottom, again, we have South Dublin County Council Mayor Peter Kavanagh opening the Dodder Greenway. And also these pictures kind of show a bit of the breadth as well of what local government does as well, I think. The Dodder Greenway is a significant piece of infrastructure that was opened recently in South Dublin County Council. And you can see there he's pictured with the Minister for Transport, Eamon Ryan, and I think the Transport Infrastructure Ireland chief as well. So I said I'd keep it brief. So to sum up, there's 4 mayors in Dublin to chair the 4 local authorities. They're elected for a 1-year term. They chair the council and they represent the council. They have a very limited amount of specific powers and functions, but it is a busy role, and they do have the potential to make an impact if they wish to do so. And just to leave you, I suppose, to think about how a directly elected member will impact the status quo. I think the takeaway message is that we're not starting from a blank page, and that's across the board with all of your considerations. There are currently 4 mayors or Cathaoirleach or Lord Mayor in place, so we need to consider what you will do with those roles. Will they stay in place? Will they change? Will the mayor be over that, or that's up for deliberation? And also the dynamic between any directly elected mayor, the full council, the council chairs, and the executive as well, and the council management is a key consideration. Governance is really a key issue in terms of any future arrangements in Dublin. And then also just to think about the historical significance of the role of Lord Mayor and how that will be treated going forward. So I wish you all the best with your deliberations. I'm delighted to be here this morning to talk to you and answer questions in a little while. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. That was a terrific, fantastic presentation. Very informative, but really factual and concise as well, and the point certainly got home. So we're very privileged to have Dr. Philip Byrne and Miss Laura Shannon with us this morning. We're now going to give the Assembly members some private time to conduct some round table discussions, which will be chaired by the facilitators. And we'll see you all back here at 10:45 for the Q&A with our 2 speakers, Philip and Laura. Thank you. Now back with to the Grand Malahide Hotel for week 2 of the Citizens Assembly. This morning we had 2 excellent presentations from Dr. Philip Byrne, Director of the Local Government Division at the IPA, on the specific challenges to Dublin and the relationship with central government. And we also had a presentation from Miss Laura Shannon, again from the IPA, and the editor of Local Authority Times, on the current role of our council and mayors. So we just come out of a 15-minute round table discussion. We're going to go into our Q&A. We will have a much longer opportunity tomorrow morning to talk about any issues arising from your round table discussion that just took place. But in the meantime, if we have any burning questions, we've got 15 minutes now to pose some questions before we talk with the four local Lord Mayors. We've got 15 minutes to pose questions to both Philip and Laura, excuse me. So if we have any questions from the floor or even from online, we can take them. Yeah, so we'll take it from table 12. So if you could, each of you stand up and just introduce yourself to the group and online and pose the question. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lynn Parker. We were curious to know a bit more about what the relationship is between the CEO and the Lord Mayor, or potentially the directly elected Mayor, in terms of accountability. Where does the buck stop, in fact, and who is answerable to whom?
I suppose a lot of that will depend on whatever model that the Assembly recommends after your deliberations. So I don't want to preempt that. There are a number of different models. An executive mayor would, in effect, take a lot of the power away from the chief executive and take a lot of those roles. You are going to hear, I think, tomorrow about the options. So, you'll be discussing that in a bit more detail. In Ireland at present, there is a proposal in Limerick for a directly elected mayor with executive powers. So in Limerick, what they're proposing is that the current chief executive will become a director general, and they will be then in charge of kind of the day-to-day running of the local authority, whereas the mayor will be the one with the executive powers, that the chief executive currently have. So that's a huge consideration in terms of governance and accountability, what the relationship between those two people will be. And as I mentioned in my presentation then as well, you will still have your full council, who are your directly elected, democratically elected representatives. So there's a kind of a three-way relationship there between the main stakeholders.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. Just to add to that, so for example, in law, the elected members have what's known as reserved functions. And just to give you an example of that, so for example, in relation to the 6-year development plan, that's reserved to the elected members to adopt that plan. And everything that's not a reserved function in law is an executive function. It's carried out by the chief executive and the staff. So for example, if you look at planning, the elected councillors will adopt a development plan, and then dealing with planning applications, planning decisions, planning conditions, planning refusals, planning appeals, unauthorised development is left to the executive. So what Laura is saying, and it's the same, so there's 113 currently reserved functions to councillors. And if you ever want to know what they are, you can Google this. It's on Schedule 3 of the 2014 Local Government Reform Act. That sets out all the reserved functions. So anything that's not a reserved function is an executive function. So for example, an executive, directly elected executive mayor, like in Limerick, they're proposing that some executive functions would be taken away from the chief executive and or the staff and given to the mayor, so directly elected mayor. So that's what, when we talk about executive versus reserve, that's going to be crucial, I think, whatever option that's going to be taken going forward.
Thanks, Philip. Thanks, Lynn, for the questions. A really important point regarding our deliberations on those executive and reserve functions and how they all sit. We're going to go to table, it'll be 1, 5, 10, 9, and then 2. So table 1, please. If you could stand up, introduce your name and pose your question. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Peter from Donamead. We heard at the last meeting there was a policy dispute in London in the 80s between Margaret Thatcher and Ken Livingstone, which resulted in the dissolution of the Greater London Council, and basically central government intervened to overrule a directly elected mayor. Is there scope for a similar sort of thing to happen here? How could we adequately safeguard the role from central government intervention? Would it have to be a constitutional amendment? And if so, how could that be done, basically? Thanks.
Yeah. I think that's a great question. I think, as you heard last weekend, the role of local government is recognised in the Constitution at present, but it's not protected. So central government can, as we have seen, abolish 80 town councils, effectively with the stroke of a pen. So yes, I suppose that's something to consider. Would it need to be a constitution? If you wanted to go that far to protect any structures, I would say that that's possibly a bigger piece for local government as a whole across the country rather than just in Dublin. But possibly something that you would want to think about. You mentioned as well just can central government impact, and that would be something that maybe you want to think about in terms of the legislation around the role of directly elected mayor, the accountability relationships, can they change the roles and so on.
Yeah, just to add to that, it's a very centrally controlled system, 1,000,000%. I just touched on it there in my presentation. So, for example, you have 31 chief executives. They report to the Secretary General of the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government. And that says a lot. So they're not accounting officers, number one. In relation to central government, they've taken, if you look at the reforms in local government over the last 20 odd years, there's a lot being taken away from local authorities. And local authority model now compared to 20 odd years ago is a fundamentally different model. So you have a huge amount of contracting out, so for example, waste collection and many other areas. You have also local government having a more enforcement role, a regulatory role and a licensing role. So yeah, whatever you come up with, there is this fundamental stronghold that central government have in terms of numbers, in terms of funding, etc. How you could change that, I don't know, because and it seems to be becoming more centralised compared to European models. So, for example, in European models, and we signed up to a charter called the European Charter of Local Self-Government in the 90s, which enabled us then to protect local authorities with Article 28A inserted into Bunrock na HÉireann in 1999. Which means, they can change local government, they can't abolish it, without a referendum. But in relation to the role of central government, certainly it's gone in the direction of more control in all the areas. So a lot is after changing, How you'll do a U-turn on that, I don't know. I mentioned the abolition of 80 town councils, joining of other local authorities. There's been reports to even make less local authorities. So, for example, two reports in particular, the McCarthy report called On Board Snip Nua report and the McLaughlin report On Board Snip Bella report recommended 22 local authorities for Ireland. That is, for example, joining the two Corks, the two Galways and other local authorities. So it is a significant issue, the control that centre has, and a phenomenal role. And even the pay of the chief executives is less than the Secretary General. So the Secretary General is the accounting officer that is liable to be called in front of the Public Accounts Committee, not the chief executive. And just again, I don't know whether you're aware of this, there's 5 different categories of chief executives. So in other words, the chief executive of Dublin City is paid the most. Then you have the other Dublins and Cork County and Cork City, level 2, level 3. Then you have a whole load of them like Galway County, Kildare, etc. Right down to level 5, and that's your Leitrim, Longford, Roscommon, Carlow, Offaly chief executive. So there is that as well. So that structure is there in relation to that, Jim. Okay.
Thanks for the question, Peter, and the response, Philip. Very rich information there that we can all deliberate upon. Just if we've got 5 minutes left, 4 questions. If maybe Laura or Philip can just choose who will answer the question. And for those who have further questions, again, we can more discussion tomorrow. And for questions that are not answered in this session, we'll obviously take them away. So on to table 5, please.
Hi, my name's Nicole. We're just wondering if there's been previous recommendations to extend the terms of the Dublin Mayor or the Mayor in general. Why hasn't this, I suppose, been taken on board or put into being a longer term?
Yeah, there has been quite a few previous recommendations, dating back to the 1990s, Barrington Report and so on. That's I can't really answer why they haven't been implemented to date. But I think, as Philip has mentioned, you might look at the central control over local government, who actually has to implement this, and that will be central government and national legislation. There has been votes before on directly elected mayors in Dublin, and that hasn't been implemented. I think at the time, what year was that, Philip? 2000?
So first of all, the idea of a directly elected mayor is around a long time. It was in a piece of legislation called the 2001 Local Government Reform Act. And they pushed again for it in another piece of legislation that I mentioned earlier on, the 2014 Local Government Reform Act. And there was a provision in that, for example, that, and here's the words that were used, a colloquium of elected members would be gathered together to discuss this. And basically what that meant was 22 elected members. And the 22 elected members were from the 4 Dublin's authorities and the Dublin Regional Authority. The regional authorities have been disbanded after the 2014 Act, and now we have 3 regional assemblies. And what they were given the remit to do was to look at different mayoral, directly elected mayor models. So I worked with that group at the time. We looked at the Boris Johnson model at the time in London, Mayor Giuliani in New York, and other models across Europe as well. And what it said then back in the legislation then, that the 4 Dublin authorities would have to agree unanimously for this, and then it would be looked at before the 2019 local elections. But Fingal voted against it. So they didn't go ahead with that. But it's around a long, long time, for definite, So, and now it's up again, and it's taken much more seriously here. As we know, we have the Citizens' Assembly to look at that. We didn't have that before, which I think is a great idea. But we have a model for Limerick, for example. A report is done by an implementation group, and a speaker from that group is going to be on today, and that's with the government. So, they've been pushing for this, and it will, as Laura said, it's ultimately a decision for central government at the end of the day.
Okay, thanks, Philip. Again, really great answers. Thank you very much. Now we got we're just time is compressing for us, so we're going to take question 10, 9, and 2 at the same time. So Laura and Philip, you just might write them down. So 10, 9, and 2. 10 first, please. If you could introduce yourself and the question. Then we move to 9 and 2.
Hi, this is Madeleine Johansson here. My question was just in relation to if I'm not saying that we will, but if we were to make a recommendation to amalgamate the 4 local authorities, what structural implications do you think such a move would have? Thanks.
Thanks, Madeleine. On to table number 9.
Hi, I'm Luke. Laura, you mentioned in the roles of the current Lord Mayor and mayors that exist, one of them was meetings with potential investors. Could you speak more to that and what that looks like, given that the role at the moment is purely ceremonial or diplomatic? How does that work, liaising with the people who can actually make real moves with those discussions with investors? Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. And then number 2, please. Table 2.
Hi, Rachel Batten here. I'm just wondering, is it within the scope of the Assembly to make recommendations in relation to the posts of the CEO? I suppose one of the concerns I have is what you mentioned there, the chief executives at the moment would outrank both in monetary and resource values of the proposed directly elected mayor.
Okay, so we're going to give a combination of 3 minutes now for Philip and Laura to answer those. Any overrun we can pick up in tomorrow's session. So over to you, Laura and Philip.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks for those questions. I'm going to take the last 2 questions, and Philip will answer the first one. So the post of CEO, well, yes, because you're making recommendations on the the structures of local government in Dublin as a whole. So in my view, that would be a key part of that. In terms of the meetings with potential investors, you could maybe ask the mayors about that themselves and their experience and you know, what kind of role they have. It is, I suppose, one of the representational roles rather than a role that has any power. The mayors would generally, I suppose, meet alongside the executive of the council, the chief executives and so on, in partnership with the likes of Enterprise Ireland or IDA Ireland, who would be trying to convince companies to maybe come and invest in a certain area. So, you know, it's more so about kind of selling the county or selling the city, a more ceremonial role at present for sure. But then also, I suppose, as a whole, the elected members will have a role with the county development plan and different kind of economic development strategies that will impact on whether investors, commercial rates, that kind of thing. So there's a larger role there in general, but the one of mayor at the moment would be largely kind of representative.
Okay, and the question about the 4 Dublin authorities and kind of amalgamation there, just in relation to that, they've only recently, when I say recently, been formed. They were only formed in 1994. Prior to 1994, you had Dublin Corporation, as it was known, and Dublin County Council. And they were both changed after 1994 to Dublin City Council, and then we had South Dublin County Council, Dún Laoghaire, Rathdown and Fingal coming out of Dublin County Council. So you'd be going back in history if you did that. And the reason that they did it was the population growth of Dublin, the specific role that Dublin had, as the capital within the country, the need to have these more local authorities to deal with more specific issues around transportation, roads, etc. So it'd be a major change if it was to go back to the model it was before, you know. It'd have huge structural implications. I couldn't see that happening. What I would see happen, and the population has grown in Dublin, according to the CSO figures, and probably will grow over the next number of years. But there would be a logic of amalgamating other structures, where populations are quite small, So if you take the idea of Longford or Leitrim, like the population in Longford's about 29,000, and similarly in Leitrim, is it right to have a full-blown local authority there with a chief executive, directors of services, elected members and so on? So in relation to amalgamating the 4 Dublins, it's a highly unlikely thing to happen. It was there before, and they broke them down into 4 in order to deal with population and to have more specific focuses on transportation, roads and so on.
Thank you, Philip. Thanks, Laura. Really, really rich conversation. Thank you so much for your contribution there. We're going to break now. We're back for at our next break for coffee. We'll say goodbye to everybody online. Back here at 11:15. Before we do, could you give a big round of applause, please, to Dr. Philip Byrne and Miss Laura Shannon. We'll see you back at 11:15. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back to the second day of our Dublin Citizens Assembly live from the Grand Hotel in Malahide. And we're now going to hear from our 4 mayors from our 4 local authorities in the city and county of Dublin. You learn something new every day. I learned from our previous presenters that the word mayor comes from le maire, which is the head of a city, town, or government. And interestingly, the collective noun for a group of mayors is a magnificence of mayors. So on that note, it does give me great pleasure to introduce our mayors, and as we learned this morning as well, they can either be called a Cathaoirleach os Gaeilge, or a mayor os Béarla, or Le Français, or Lord Mayor. And the first I will introduce is the Mayor of Fingal, Councillor Shauna O'Ridick. And the Mayor of Fingal were on the patch of the local authority here, so it's great honour and pleasure for me to introduce you to the Mayor of Fingal. Gramagat.
Gurv míle mágat agus fáilte gach duine ina gáil tá man sásta gach duine eáil an seo. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair, for inviting us, and to Art as well, to come to speak to you all today. I've been watching what's going on online, and it really seems like there's a lot of work going on in this room. First of all, I want to thank you all for giving up your free time for something that's going to have such an impact on all citizens of Dublin. It's hugely appreciated, and we've seen in the past how successful the Citizens Assembly is. Welcome to Fingal. You're going to get to know Malahide and the surrounding areas very well over the next few months. I'm delighted to see you here as you consider the type of directly elected mayor and local government structures that are going to best suit Dublin. Before I begin, I'd like to welcome my 3 colleagues, the other 3 mayors of Dublin, our Lord Mayor, Councillor Alison Gilliland, Cathaoirleach of Dunleary Rathdown, Councillor Letty McCarthy, and also Cathaoirleach of South Dublin, Councillor Peter Kavanagh. I think it was the first year ever that when the 4 of us were elected, we all decided that every quarter we were going to meet up in a different local authority. So we've met in the Mansion House, they were out in Skerries, we were climbing the Dublin Mountains last month, the 4 of us, and we're looking forward to being in Peter's local authority. So we actually have gotten to know each other really well, and this has really helped this process as well, as we talk to you today. So as I said, I am the Mayor of Fingal County Council. As you heard from our Chief Executive, Anne-Marie Farrelly, it's the 3rd biggest local authority in Ireland after Dublin City and Cork County. In comparison to most politicians, I'm brand new. I was elected in 2019 as a first-time candidate, and I really would never have envisaged that I'd be standing here talking to you as Mayor of Fingal 3 years later, but I'm really happy to do so. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what the role of the Mayor entails. So as the policy-making forum of the local authority, I, along with my fellow councillors, we exercise reserved functions across a range of legislation, which includes disposal of land, making of the development plan, which we're currently doing, any variations of it, the budget, variations on local property tax, amongst others. A really important part of being role is to chair the meetings. So these include full council meetings, corporate policy group meetings, development plan meetings, and other meetings. For example, the Ukrainian Community Forum response at the moment, which involves all the stakeholders. The Mayor's role really is to ensure that we get through the order of business and that business is concluded, goes to schedule. As these meetings take place in a political forum, this can be very challenging, and I have learned a lot, I can tell you. Our council meetings are governed by what are called standing orders, and a ruling of the Mayor on any question or interpretation of standing orders is final. I also have the casting vote if it's a tied vote. I work really closely with our Chief Executive, Anne-Marie Farrelly, and the Executive, and I've got to know lots and lots of different people across all departments in Fingal County Council. So apart from the chairing of the meetings, my role is mostly ceremonial. from attending community events, promoting council initiatives, meeting dignitaries, etc. And this is by far the most enjoyable part of the role, as you really get to see the wide range of activities that relate to local authority. You get to meet the volunteers and community groups who really are the heartbeat of our counties. There remains a deep, deep respect for the office of mayor, and I have only ever encountered warmth and welcome when I put on the chain of office, and I've never taken that for granted, and it's a privilege that I know very few people will ever experience. So that's the role in a nutshell, and probably the worst part of the role is the fact that it is so busy. We still have our own councillor job to do as well, and many of us still work part-time as well. Also, the fact that it's only a one-year term, it means that you're really only getting into it when it's coming to an end. So now to the additional functions that I think the mayor should have. We recently visited Copenhagen on an active travel study trip, and I listened in awe as one of the former mayors described the changes that he made to the city. Our powers, as I've outlined already, are extremely limited and being continuously eroded, an example of which are the strategic housing developments, which I know are coming to an end, but which essentially removed public participation and consultation to fast-track planning. Thankfully, the powers are being restored to local government, to local authorities, but it really, you could see yourselves that there were huge problems with it. Local government is the closest link to communities, to all of you. We're the first point of contact for most issues that people have, but yet the powers that we have really are limited. So members of the Assembly, I please ask you to consider serious reform, to remove some powers from central government to strengthen our local democracy. The creation of a directly elected mayor or mayors could be a futile exercise if powers to make decisions remain solely with central government. In Ireland, it seems that we have a mania for centralisation, and this does not serve citizens well, and I see that on the ground. I understand that you're going to be hearing from mayors from other countries later on today. Please note the powers that they have to enact real change. I can only hope that this Assembly will lead to serious reform of local government, which is so badly needed. I know Lord Mayor is going to go into more detail in that when she comes up later. When considering the format for a directly elected mayor, the position should or could be one of coordination of the 4 Dublin authorities, with each retaining their individual constituency. The mayor could function as an effective voice for Dublin by drawing representatives of the elected and executive from the 4 established local authorities to form a Dublin corporate policy group. Functions which could be transferred to the mayor for coordination across Dublin could include climate, energy, transport, housing. I'll conclude by reminding you that Fingal's population, where you are right now, is almost 300,000 citizens and covers the biggest area of the 4 local authorities, making up 49% of County Dublin. Please, I ask you, when you think of Dublin, just to remember that it goes further than the 2 canals. I wish you all well in your deliberations. Gurv Míle Mágwith as for ord agus ganairi live amach an seo.
Mayor Fingal, Gurv Míle Mágwith. I'd like to now welcome to present the Lord Mayor of Dublin, Councillor Alison Gilland.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you everyone for the opportunity of being here today. I think there's a little slide to go up on mine. It's very pictorial in all honesty. I'm the 353rd Lord Mayor of Dublin. I'm based in the Mansion House, which is the historical residence of the office of the Lord Mayor. You'll see it up on the screen in a minute. The role is both ceremonial or representative, and it's also functional. So in any one day, I can go from meeting with foreign representatives, liaising with Dublin City Council management or constituents on a particular city issue, making a presentation to local community volunteers, and chairing the monthly council meeting, as Shauna has outlined, or doing media interviews. The role is very multifaceted and it's very interactive. I view the directly elected Lord Mayor as a great opportunity for the citizens of Dublin to be empowered through the ballot box to choose a vision for their city. And I also see it as an opportunity to augment the international status of Dublin, which can in turn have significant socio-economic and cultural benefits for the city and the region. In my experience as Lord Mayor and a councillor, the big questions for your deliberations are: what powers, autonomy, funding or fundraising capacity will be assigned to the DEM? How will they interact with the corporate bodies of the 4 local authorities? And you heard from the chief executives and managers last week. How will they interact with the 4 councils as bodies of elected members, our councillors, that you interact with? How will they interact with national policy and legislation and central government, a key issue? And how will we make that transition so as to meet the expectation of a citizenship who wants to vote for a vision for their city? You've noted the current structures and roles of the elected members and the chief executives of local authorities. It's correct that we have responsibility and we have powers. But I think in practice, it's very much worth noting that these powers and responsibilities are very much constrained by national policy, legislation, and government schemes within which we are obliged to operate. And of course, by funding, which raises key considerations in my view. And I'm going to highlight a few examples pertaining to planning, housing and fundraising. Local authorities are planning authorities, and through the development plan process, we consult with the public and democratically decide on a planning vision for our areas. The work of the council and all subsequent planning applications are based on our development plans. That is our Bible for Dublin City. Everything about culture, how we structure the city, how we envision it for climate adaptation and mitigation is in that. However, these carefully devised development plans and indeed the planning application process itself can be overridden by a one-size-fits-all national legislation, as we've seen particularly with the introduction of special planning policy requirements on height, build to rent, for example, and as Shauna noted, the introduction of strategic housing development process that actually bypassed local planning authorities and the democratic voice. Similarly, local authorities have a housing remit. However, it must be implemented through national housing policy. For example, we cannot raise the social housing qualifying income thresholds to recognise the high rents in Dublin, and all our housing delivery plans must be approved by the Department of Housing. And believe you me, that is a very laborious back and forward, about 18 months process, which slows down delivery of a crucial resource. The question therefore arises as to the autonomy of the DEM to reject, adapt central government requirements, or indeed to design their own to suit and respond flexibly to the needs of the city as they view them. I noted we're also constrained by funding. And this in turn constrains our budget decisions. A significant amount of funding comes from central government for specific reasons, housing, roads, green infrastructure, etc., and they can only be spent in those areas. Aside from monies raised through commercial rates, local property tax, parking fees, litter and other fines, and local authority contributions, the local authorities have no particular powers to introduce their own levies. An example of one that I think would work for Dublin is a hotel bed tax and an upper vacant unit charge, and that's opposed to a vacant site levy. So, for example, if we had the funds of our own, the stick of an upper floor vacant unit levy could be combined with a carrot of a grant to support regeneration to increase residential living in the city. So that's an example of autonomous, proactive, pro-social decision-making that we currently cannot realise to meet a significant need in our city. Other considerations include the role of the DEM with regard to statutory bodies, and Shauna noted a few of them. Policing, public transport, childcare, early years education, health and education. In some cases, their boundaries don't even align with our boundaries. As Lord Mayor, I interact with these services, but as our local authority has no formal remit over their provision or governance, I depend on the soft power of persuasion, personality and good intent to collaborate so as to holistically and collectively benefit the citizens of the city. One final observation as Lord Mayor within the current structures. The local authority does not have a significant legislative role in community development, yet it is local communities that most benefit from the current structures and also the role of the Lord Mayor. And that is providing a level of sincere and respected gravitas to local gatherings, local presentation, recognising local contributions and generally acknowledging that the everyday local citizen, like all of you here today, local businesses, local services that contribute to our city, make it a place that is vibrant to live in, to work and recreate. I very much acknowledge the small things that we do as mayors and Lord Mayors and Cathaoirleach, but also if we're going to decide on how a directly elected mayor is going to interact with the citizens, we have to look both up, look down and look around. It has to serve everybody in the best possible way and realise that vision, this one here, for our city and our region. Thank you.
Lord Mayor Dublin, thank you very much for your presentation. It gives me great pleasure now to call upon An Cathaoirleach of Dún Laoghaire, Rathdown County Council, Councillor Letty McCarthy.
Good morning, everybody. And as the previous speakers have said, it is a great privilege to be here. And indeed, it is a great privilege to be elected Mayor, Lord Mayor, or Cathaoirleach, in my case, of Dún Laoghaire Rathdown. And I am very much aware it is a privilege not afforded to many. So when I put this chain on, I know that I'm extremely privileged. I'm very grateful to my colleagues who elected me to the role. Our magnificent of mayors, as previous Shona and Alison said, we have met and we have worked together, and I think we have shown that no one local authority can work on issues like transportation, like climate, like our rivers. Rivers don't know boundaries. Rivers don't know whether it's the north side or south side, and they don't care. And they don't care if it's Dún Laoghaire Rathdown or South Dublin. And things like policing, transportation. These are all things where we need to work together. And I think it was very, very symbolic when the four of us at the last bank holiday weekend were up on the top of Dublin, the Dublin Mountains on Fairy Castle, and looking down. Mayor Kavanagh was able to look down at South Dublin and point out all the areas that it was, while the Lord Mayor of Dublin was able to say, well, that's the Aviva Stadium, and this is, you know, and point out all the areas there. And the same for Fingal, we were able to see, well, that's the airport, and then, of course, I was able to say, well, you know, you're in my patch here, and this is our beautiful Killiney, and there you can see the piers of Dún Laoghaire. But what it did bring home was there's really one Dublin, you know, where we can all just look at. And that was very symbolic, looking from the top of the mountain. There's been talk about development plans. I'm very happy to say that Dún Laoghaire Rathdown have completed their development plan, and that we have all managed to, I see some of my councillor colleagues here, we've all managed to stay speaking to each other and talking to each other, which is always good at the end of it. And I did have that unenvious task of having a casting vote, I think, on 2 occasions. But we got through the meetings, and I think what we have is a very good development plan at the end of it. I think at one stage we had something like 39 meetings. And what people don't realise while you're there doing those 39 meetings and waiting for all the other meetings to happen, everybody else, like all you people, are seeing the tree that needs to be pruned, or the tree, seeing the road where the delays are, or you know, all the other issues that people email about us. So the emails and the messages and the WhatsApp and the Twitter messages and the Facebook messages, and of course then there's Messenger. So all of these messages are all, you've been bombarded with them, whether you're there to answer your phone or not, because as a councillor, and as certainly for the Cathaoirleach of Dún Laoghaire Rathdown, you still have to cope with that body of work. And I think that's something people don't realise, and it is a bit daunting, and it does really ease into your family life, because either you ignore it, or when you go home in the evening, whether it's 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, when your Cathaoirleach duties are finished, you set into trying to reply to those answers and keeping track of them, and that's the actual reality. Now, I know my submission was very short and brief at the reform of local government a few years ago, and what I said was to give councillors, to have, in the first instance, to have fewer councillors and to give them greater powers and make it a full-time position. I think the idea of councillors trying to work, whether it's in part-time employment or full-time employment, and be a councillor as well, and do your duties the way you want to do them, because I honestly do not think anybody puts themselves in front of the electorate that really do not want to serve that electorate to the best of their ability. But it's, you know, we're only human beings, and we can't be all things to all people. What I really tried to do during my term as Cathaoirleach was to try and maybe bring the council to the people. And I did this by inviting what I would call the ordinary, everyday people into County Hall. I invited children into the chamber to give them the experience of it. Because I know with my own children, when they were in primary school, they went into the Dáil. You only knew they were there because you saw the Irish Times in their school bag. And you were, where were you today? Oh, we were in the Dáil. Oh, I think I recognised, but you know, they felt removed from it. Whereas I brought them into the chamber, I asked them, you know, to do up a mock council meeting, and they liked the excitement of pressing the buttons and talking on the microphone and having their meetings, and obviously having some refreshments afterwards. And I hope that opened their eyes a little bit to even, you'd be surprised when you ask young people and children what the council do or what they're there for. They actually didn't really know, so you needed to remind them about the playing fields, about the swimming pools, and I think that we have all a body of work to do to let people understand what the council are really about. Last weekend I had the pleasure of being in Vincennes in France, and that was with BlackRock Business Network, and again it was such a privilege to be able to represent Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown and to see the role we can play in terms of tourism. And we all need tourism. And again, that's not something that you divide into 4 different local authorities. And people talk about the cruise ships, which I think is amazing, that's coming into Dún Laoghaire Harbour at the moment. To me, when you drive down and see a harbour ship there, it just brings just so much positivity to me. I can only speak for myself. And you think of people back out enjoying themselves again, you think of people on holidays, but we mustn't ignore that, and we mustn't take it for granted that they want to come here. It's not enough we looking out at the ships. We need to realise those ships are full of real people, and these people have lots of money that they want to spend, and we want to encourage them to spend it, and we want to show them how friendly we are. There's no point in saying that we do the Céad Míle Fáilte if we don't actually do it. So I think there's major potential there, not just for Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown, but for the entire Dublin area, and it is something I've been working with. And I have to say I enjoy going out on a tender. As I said before, I thought tender was a dating app, but it's the vehicle that brings you from the pier out to the ship. And I actually felt like I was on a mini cruise. You know, after 10 minutes on that, you feel so relaxed, you're ready to come back and ready for all the meetings. Now, I think I probably have my time up here, but I want to, as Alison and Shona have already said, I want to genuinely thank you, because I know when I saw this come up, I just thought I do not have those sort of hours to give to this assembly. So I really appreciate that all of you have given this sort of time to it. And hopefully the outcome will be good at the end of it. And if anybody has any questions, we're there to answer. So my message to all of you here in the room, including ourselves that are here at the top, is that if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I believe, sincerely, that we have the ability to go far together. Thank you very much.
Okay, here I come, Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown County Council, Gurima Milamagat. It now gives me great pleasure to present the 4th Mayor of our local authorities, the Mayor of South Dublin, Councillor Peter Kavanagh.
Thanks. I'm going last because I'm the nerd who did the slideshow. A vera in gal, a ord vera, a chahirlig, a chorlori, a chahirlig, a rini ushle, ta remeds are in vehemolachide in you. I'm delighted to be here today in beautiful Malahide. I came up, I cycled from Clondalkin this morning, got in early, had breakfast. It's a beautiful, beautiful town here, and I'm very, very privileged to be here. And as you've heard, you will get used to the place in no time over the next couple of months. You've heard a lot from my colleagues, from my wonderful, esteemed magnificence of mayors. So what I wanted to do, going last of all, was to just sort of frame a couple of questions for you. Just maybe throw a little bit out there. If you want to know more about me and about South Dublin, there will be a Q&A, and I'd be more than happy to answer a few questions. I believe you've already seen a picture of me with a Viking, which probably poses more questions than it answers, but that's fine. I want to start with mayors. You've heard from my colleagues, Shauna and Alison, around what mayors do. The first citizens of our counties, we fulfil a number of roles. They range from the symbolic to the administrative, but they do not extend to the executive in any meaningful way. So when you are considering a directly elected mayor from Dublin, to be honest with you, my feeling on it is that we need to imagine an entirely new role with some new powers and some existing powers. But really, you're not looking at what does a mayor do and let's put a mayor over the whole of Dublin. You're really looking at an entirely new concept compared to what we already have. This presents a number of opportunities. There are examples of executive mayors around the world that work well, and yes, there are ones that work badly. And I feel that efficiency is achieved and the best synergies are realised where existing relationships between local authorities already facilitate an executive mayor or other oversight mechanism. So, for example, I had the pleasure of going to the football in Lansdowne Road with the Mayor of Greater Manchester and the Mayor of Bury. And over a few pints we swapped stories as to how it would work, because I knew that this assembly was coming up. And what they had already pooled resources for centrally managed waste collection, centrally managed transport, policing, for example. So where there were powers that were already shared between local borough councils, it made sense to put them in the remit of an executive mayor and an assembly that worked with those. And where there were additional ones to be added, that came from the top down. In Dublin, the best example of that is our fire service. Dublin Fire Brigade is already funded by the local authorities. We collaborate on that. There's an oversight mechanism and we work together on that. Unfortunately, I couldn't really think of any other examples, despite the fact that we as four mayors work very closely together, and on a number of projects our local authorities work hand in hand with each other. Myself and Letty's local authority, Dunleary Rathdown, we're working very closely on the Dublin Urban Rivers Life project around reimagining our rivers in the two counties, looking at sustainable drainage systems and the likes, integrated wetlands. We can't work alone on that because, as Letty has said, the Dodder doesn't care if it's in that part of the county or this part of the county. The Liffey doesn't care. And we need to work hand in hand for those reasons. But institutionally, we don't have a lot of those examples. Dublin Fire Brigade is one of them. So there will have to be new ones. With every opportunity, of course, comes a number of challenges. And the question I pose to you is, what role would the local authorities play under a centralised mayoral system? I mean, in a best case scenario, all four local authorities would be well represented by the person of the mayor and any support structures that they have in place. In a worst case scenario, one or more local authorities would be completely ignored. Even the term directly elected mayor. There's 250,000 people in South Dublin, 300,000 in Fingal. Dublin City blows them out of the water. If this is going to be a numbers game, and I'm running for directly elected mayor and I realise all I have to do is canvass the city, quids in, I can get elected, I can get re-elected, and I can safely ignore three local authorities. So it's a question worth posing, it's one worth thinking. The funding as well, and this presents an enormous challenge. Where services are centralised, budget can be assigned proportionally from existing local authorities, but not at the expense of retained services. We're already at the pin of our collar. Every single local authority in the country is scrabbling to make ends meet, particularly in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. So where resources are already pooled centrally, absolutely, we can funnel money up to a directly elected mayor or any executive. But any more, and you're looking at the expense of local services. In order to function seamlessly, an executive mayor requires not only the powers that are currently in the bailiwick of national government, but also the funding to go with that from government, not from local authorities. So just some food for thought before we finish. What do you think a directly elected mayor of Dublin should be responsible for? And I was working on this with a number of councillors. I've got my very hard-working South Dublin councillors, Councillor Shane Moynihan and Councillor Madeleine Johansson are here. I've been talking to a few other colleagues, and we just spitballed, could we consider a limited number of executive functions? Could we look at a number of limited functions? Safety and security, housing, waste management, transport, the nighttime economy, for example. Some of this would require a derogation of power from government down, some of it a promotion of power from the local authorities up. But in each case, it would require the consequent funding. So, for example, if you're going to say, let's make the directly elected mayor of Dublin responsible for transport, then you're going to need to not only take powers off the NTA, you need to take money off them as well. Do local authorities retain their independence? This is a crucial one. What does it look like? You know, are we going to keep the local authorities? You've heard already today, it would be very difficult to imagine scrapping the local authorities. Would you consider a replacement with a Dublin Assembly, going back to one centralised council? I mean, realistically, if we want to keep the number of councillors and the amount of representation that our citizens have in legislation, if you were to combine all of our 4 local authorities, that one county council would be bigger than Dáil Éireann. I'm not sure if that's something that's workable. I'm not sure that it's doable. So therefore, if we have extant local authorities remaining independent and keeping their own identity, can a mayor of Dublin override local concerns? Does an executive mayor have veto powers? Or can they impose plans over the will of local authorities? Every county councillor sitting around the tables here and every mayor sitting up at the top table there, we know the issues. We come up with a very progressive plan and we go to the people and we consult on it, and then we go to the councillors and we vote on it, and there are councillors there going, no, this isn't going to wash. I'm not going to vote for this. So it gets held up because of local blockages. So does that happen on a macro scale when we do this, or do we authorise the mayor to override these concerns? It's just a question. I don't have an answer for you. And is it going to be a one-woman band or man? It could be a man, but as you've seen here, mayors are predominantly 75% female. I know. I will say it is refreshing. I will say it is refreshing to be the only man on the stage representing the mayors. It's great to be in an underrepresented group, and more of that. So in order not to have a one-woman band or a one-man band, what support structures would you put in place to support the mayor and represent local authorities? Would you do a cabinet? Would you do a regional assembly? Would you have them seconded from local authorities or directly elected themselves? These examples, you'll hear about worldwide examples throughout. There's the Greater London Council and the Mayor of London. There's the Manchester Mayor. It's not the Greater London Council anymore, the London Assembly. Sorry, Maggie Thatcher got rid of that one. Yeah, we spoke about that earlier as well. And then if they're seconded, how do you make sure that the county councils maintain their interest? As we said, there's 1.2 million people in Dublin. That outnumbers the other 3 local authorities put together. So do you have a proportionate number of councillors? It's all questions to be asked. But it's up to you to ask them and up to you to answer them. What you're doing, the time that you've taken to do this, is a remarkable display of your patriotism. Tá mé go mór faoi comín agah ar fad agus go éirí go geal libh. Gur míle agah.
Mayor of South Dublin County Council Gurmila Margaret. We will now adjourn to a private session and a roundtable discussion on what has been presented to you by our Cathaoirleach, Mayor and the Lord Mayor of our local authorities. We'll reconvene back at 12:45. Thank you. 12:05. 12:05. Gur Margaret. Good afternoon now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We're back live, and welcome to those joining us on live this morning. Back to the Grand Malahide Hotel, our second weekend for the Dublin Citizens Assembly. We're delighted to have our collective magnificent of mayors with us this morning, and we're going to go into our question and answer session. So we have 30 minutes for the question and answers, and then I'll go to 5 minutes with a minute each for each of the Cathaoirleach, the mayors, the Lord Mayor, to give their closing remarks. So we have some questions already, and what I'll do is I'll nominate the table, I'll ask the Assembly member to pose the question. And from the top table, please, our 4 mayors of our local authorities, if you could, just one of you take the answer the question, and then just rotate it amongst yourselves. I'll moderate as required. So to commence, we'll go to table 11, and Brian, could you please ask your question on behalf of your table? Thank you.
How are you? I'm Brian. We were just wondering, in terms of funding, at the moment, quite a lot of significant proportion of your funding comes from central government, and you don't have much power in terms of creating new funding. What ways would you like to see that you could create new funding for yourselves if you had the power to do that?
Yeah, I highlighted that in my presentation. We get grants from central government, as I said, for specific areas. And when it comes to our budget, we might want to, for example, put in more green infrastructure, but we're confined to that grant. So people think, well, you're not prioritising this as much as you should be, but it is constrained by that. One of the principles I think we would operate on is that we would maximise as much as we could for the overall benefit of all citizens, and be very conscious of equality, the ability of people and businesses to pay. So if you use that principle to say, and the one I example, the upper floor vacant unit tax, carrot and stick approaches to me is what works, and that is a huge frustration for the city centre. We do have commercial rates from commercial buildings, premises, and we can vary those up and down. But there's no, I suppose, subtle variations that you could make. And I think it's the ability to customise levies or grants for the entire city and region to support and pay for, ultimately, priorities that you would have. And I think if you bear in mind the equality piece, whether it be people who have buildings there that are not serving any use, and you know that if you had more residential opportunities in the city, the rents would come down, you get a greater footfall in the city, people spending more and being in the city a lot more. That's the rounded benefit of it. So that would be the principle I would operate on.
Thank you. We'll now go to table 7, please, and Thea.
Good afternoon. I'm Thea from South Dublin. How do the 4 mayors see a DEM collaborating with the 4 counties and also central government, so collaborating up and down? Thank you.
Yeah, hi Thea. Upset Dublin. That's a really interesting question, and collaboration is the key word there, because that's exactly what it has to be. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I think trying to bring about any form of directly elected mayor that supersedes or replaces the existing local authorities wouldn't work. So collaboration is going to be key. So then the key question is to look at the relationship of, and this is a crucial relationship, in fact, one that we're always talking about. We were talking about when we were just outside, when we were downstairs having coffee, leaving you to your deliberations. We were talking about the crucial relationship between a mayor in the current system and the chief executive. So therefore you're looking at a directly elected mayor that would liaise with 4 chief executives and then up to the relevant minister on a variety of different topics. So first of all, collaboration and the right spirit and setting in place the structures so that that can be achieved seamlessly, absolutely. But second of all, vesting that position with enough authority to be able to impose the will of the people, as it were. That's really important as well, because you've heard earlier on today about sort of the lack of accountability, and I'm very grateful for our chief executive in South Dublin, who is very progressive, and I have a fantastic relationship with him. But just on paper, that position, because the chief executive isn't the accounting officer, isn't the one who would be called before the PAC. The chief executive isn't accountable to the people either. Now, a directly elected mayor would, I would assume, be both, responsible up and responsible down. So, you know, when designing the position, we have to make sure that not only is collaboration key to it, and in particular collaboration with the chief executives, but also the power to follow a mandate and get it in place, and of course accountability, which ultimately any person directly elected by the people has. They have to go back to the people after a term and say, this is what I've done, you know, I'm putting myself back up for re-election. But yeah, I think when you say collaboration, that's utterly key in everything any directly elected mayor should be doing. Thanks.
Could I add something about the Eastern and Midland Regional Assembly? The Eastern Midland Regional Assembly is Dublin, Meath, Wicklow, all the periphery counties, and they work, I suppose, on the macro and how development plans in one area or one county, Kildare is part of it as well, impacts the other, and tries to join up that bigger picture, I suppose. That's the regional picture, and then you have the national picture. So it would be important that the directly elected mayor would have a role, a strong collaborative role with that particular assembly as well. So you're getting the regional vision as well as just the Dublin vision.
And if I may just come in there briefly, seeing that Alison brought it up, the EMRA, the Eastern and Midlands Regional Assembly, replaced the Dublin Regional Authority. And I, for one, would like to see the Dublin Regional Authority coming back. I mean, I've served on both, and I come from Roscommon. I was talking to somebody there who's also here. And I know that Dublin doesn't have a whole lot in common with Longford, but yes, on the EMRA, we're one body. So I think that is something I'd like local government reform to look at, to reinstate the Dublin Regional Authority. I thought it was a very worthwhile committee, and I would love to see that come back. As Alison was saying, on the more regional one, that's important as well, but I think that's almost a separate role, whereas before that we had the I think the Eastern and Midlands Regional Assembly that went down, but I'd like to see the Dublin Regional Authority reinstated.
Thank you. We'll move on now to table 2, please, and Ross, with your question from your table.
Yeah, somewhat similar to the previous question, but yeah, what would you think would be the advantages or disadvantages of, for instance, merging all 4 local authorities in Dublin into a single authority, or on the other hand, splitting them up into smaller units, such as town councils or something similar?
I might hop in on this one. Thanks, Ross. From working in a local authority with 40 members, the idea of merging them all together, I just can't imagine how that practically would work. I know even when it was Old Dublin City Council and County, and I know I have members who served on that as well, and it was really, really hard to get any business done. I think perhaps looking at having representatives from each of the local authorities that would work together from both executive and representing the members in a Dublin corporate policy group, that could be the way of doing it. But I just don't see how merging it all together would work in any way. I think we've been there before, and it just, there's levels and levels of bureaucracy that I just think would be replicated.
Yeah, we have strategic policy committees, and each strategic policy committee has a chairperson that is a local councillor, and then we have the corporate policy group that brings all those chairs together. And if you think of where policy is made and discussed and really interrogated, it's at those policy committees. So like Shauna said, I think if you took the chairs or the corporate policy groups of the 4 local authorities and had almost, it could be similar to a Dublin Regional Authority, that you have something there that draws in the on-the-ground experience of each area, because I think that's the really important thing. Like Dublin City Centre is miles away from Balbriggan and their issues are very different. But you have to have people in the room that have really interrogated decisions and their impact at the local level, and then feed that up into a sort of more micro level whereby the directly elected mayor can then, if they have a casting vote or an overriding decision, knows why the decision is being made and can make an informed decision, basically, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Just to add as well, it's not going to make me the most popular press room. It's not something I agree with myself. I certainly wouldn't see merging as a good idea. I don't think it's practicable. I don't think breaking us down any smaller is really efficient, because you bear in mind every time you create a new council, you've got a new staff question and a new quantum to fulfill around that. So there's resource implications around that. But the one thing to bear in mind as you consider your deliberations is the 3 local authorities of the 4 represented up here are 27 years old, nearly 28 years old. So we don't have that deep-seated cultural identity that any other local authority in the country would have. People from South Dublin don't generally tend to identify as South Dublin. I'm from Clondalkin. You know, Shauna would not go around saying I'm a proud Fingalian. Well, she probably would, but most Fingalians. So there are fewer barriers in the way of imposing those massive changes you're talking about. I just think, those cultural questions aside, it's a question of practicality, and I don't think it's very feasible.
I would agree with the other speakers, and I think, as Alison said there, the Dublin Regional Authority is maybe the next hierarchy that brings the 4 together. But, for example, I mean, would I know too much about Skerries if somebody came and asked me a question? I actually wouldn't, but most areas of Dún Laoghaire I certainly would know. And even if you don't know from going in there, you know from the council meetings, you know from the areas where other councillors are talking about. So you become familiar and somewhat intimate with your entire county. And I suppose that's one of SHDs. I think Alison mentioned SHDs in her presentation earlier. And this is some of the argument we as councillors have, that maybe people in Onborth Planola are not familiar with the area. Maybe they don't have that intimate knowledge, and they're relying completely on plans, whereas our local planners who are dealing with the plans and actually know every blade of grass in that area that they represent. So in my case, Dún Laoghaire, so they know they can take a holistic overall view of the area, whereas Onborth Planola don't have that. And you know, half the time they don't even know where the area is, and that's where I think we do need to keep that knowledge. So yes, I would like to keep the 4 local authorities as they are, but maybe something like the Dublin Regional Authority and then a directly elected mayor, where we can all feed in to that, as Alison said, through the SPCs and the different bodies that are there, that everything is fed in and fed up into the top. Thank you.
On a related question, we'll take it from table 4, Paula.
Hi, I'm Paula. Just from listening to you all speak and from your experience, which sounds incredibly difficult, it made me wonder, what supports and structures do you think that a directly elected mayor would need to be able to succeed in managing 4 local authorities at the same time?
We're laughing here.
I think having a well-staffed office is something that would be very, very important. So, you know, having a directly elected mayor on their own, or maybe just 1 or 2 staff, I don't think that's going to work. I think you need to have a well-staffed office. Because you're not going to know everything, and nobody knows everything, no matter how much experience they have on the council. You know, I've been elected since 2004. I'm learning every day. You know, every day is a school day. Every day I learn something new. So I think having a good staff and advisory staff as well, I think that would be very, very important.
Yeah.
After you.
Yeah, I'm lucky in that I'm absolutely full-time and I have an incredible staff in the Mansion House. A lot of their role is, I suppose, to organise my day and my diary and respond to, I suppose, requests to do A, B, C and D and fit that in around my statutory requirements. One of the questions you will have to look at it is, so if you're a directly elected mayor, does that directly elected mayor have deputy mayors or a deputy mayor responsibility, say for climate or for transport or for housing, so that you have almost like a mini cabinet? And are they elected? Because at the moment, under the local government structure, you have a director of services or assistant chief executive responsibility for housing, responsibility for arts, culture, etc. So what's the relationship going to be there? Because as Letty said, you don't know everything. But you have to be able to depend on people that do know and then tease out the issues and make the decision. And the decision has to be informed, but it also has to fit in with that vision. And the development plan at the moment is our vision for the city. So you really need a strong structure around you that will serve. And the big question would be then, if you do directly elected mayor, deputy mayors, are they going to be full-time? Are they going to be paid? Are they going to be elected members that act in a full-time capacity and paid accordingly? Because one of the things that we haven't mentioned is our actual pay. And the reason most councillors are part-time is you cannot live on the salary. I think all of us would love to be full-time and dedicate our time and energy to it, but it's just not practical from a financial perspective. So in that area of structure and supports, and then the linking, the interaction then with the local authority and the housing section or the arts section, all that really needs to be teased out.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the people with similar levels of responsibility, decision making, and the support structures that they have in place. So, as Alison has mentioned, every chief executive is supported by directors of services. There's 5 or 6 in each county, maybe a deputy chief executive and the like, and that has a cost implication. They're all very well paid experts. Ministers, for example, with one specific brief, bring in special advisors, and they can appeal to have that special advisor paid up to €140,000 per annum. So, I'm sitting here thinking that the Moorhead report had a look at what we do as mayors and what councillors do and decided that we work 18 hours a week and deserve 22 grand. So, I mean, realistically, what supports do we want? Yeah, absolutely. We need to have a look at what level of decision-making power are you imbuing someone with? Where does that exist and what can they get? So when it happens in the Netherlands, the mayor is supported by aldermen, where the aldermen have a specific remit, the alderman for transport, the alderman for trade and tourism, the alderman for arts and culture and the likes. These are full-time professional experts in their field who are elected on a list system and deliver on a manifesto that they go forward with. And these are incredibly important. But look, it's inevitably going to come back to, because how much support should they have? How much can you give? Because we'll take it. It's absolutely, it's imperative that there is support. It is going to be a resourcing question in a big way for you to answer, I'm sure.
Thank you. We'll go now to table 10 and Shifra.
Our question was, can we have too much decentralisation? So if we're removing money from national agencies such as the National Transport Authority, how would this work if replicated across the country? Thanks.
Yep. Can we have too much decentralisation, did you say? Yes. Yep. I think the way the current local authorities are structured, power and funding and everything is way too centralised. And if we look at other European countries, and I'm going to be really excited to watch the mayors who are coming in to speak to you later on and who've made that transition and how they decided on the decision making of what was going to be decentralised. At the moment, if you look at the funding that's put into local government, it's very, very low in comparison to other European countries. And what we need is need to start moving power from central government back to local communities. the image of turkeys voting for Christmas comes to mind, because TDs and senators, they're not going to want to do that because that's going to have implications for themselves. But I don't think we could even begin to suggest that at the moment there's too much decentralisation. You need to decide yourselves, do we need to make a shift? And, you know, you're the ones who are going to decide that. I understand your question was maybe, could there be too much? So maybe if we look at what they've done in other countries, and you know, you decide yourselves, well, let's maybe start at just concentrating on certain areas like housing and transport and climate, perhaps. You know, they would be incredible areas to decentralise power from. But again, it's going to be from yourselves. I think from listening to us, you can understand, you know, the powers are so limited, and really for any proper change to happen, there has to be that shift of power and power decentralised. But that's something you're going to have to decide.
And I think it's also, as I said earlier, you know, bringing children and young people into County Hall to try and make them more aware of the different layers of government. I would think very few people really appreciate the difference between local and national government. And you can't honestly blame them, because I'm sure everybody here, and you're from all different areas, have got a newsletter from your TD or your local minister, and they're talking about the new park that we put in, the new playground that we put in, the new, you know, these are all stuff that's done at through the local authorities and at local government. But yet, if you're at home and you pick up and you think, oh, that's great, minister, whatever, is doing all this good work. So it's you know, it's people taking credit for different areas. You don't actually see councillors saying, well, we're delighted that you know, they I'm trying to think what what did you say there? Yeah.
We're delighted about legislation because we don't.
You know, we're delighted with the new legislation that came in or something else, because that is not our role. And I remember even canvassing in one area, and somebody came out and they were a bit cross about the way teachers were being treated. You know, and I said to them, I can honestly tell you, we will never, around the chamber of Dunera Ratdown, you can never say never, but more than likely be discussing teachers' pay around the chamber. That won't happen. But you have little kids in there at the back playing, and I would prefer if you engaged with me about the playgrounds in the area, about the public spaces, about the football pitches. You know, this is where you have moved your home, this is where you live, this is where you'll raise your family. And those are the pertinent questions you should be asking me, not teachers' pay. And it's to get that message of different roles around to the greater public.
I think, just very briefly, it's an excellent question, and you can have too much decentralisation. Now, we are a million miles away from that in Ireland. We are so far in the opposite direction, where we have far too little decentralisation, but it comes down to a question of efficiency. And like, one of the key tenets that I very much subscribe to is trying to get decisions taken at the lowest effective level. And the key word is effective. You cannot have what were town councils, what are now currently area committees and the likes. You can't have them deciding transport policy, but that should be done at a local authority level. And it's kind of ridiculous that we can plan entire new communities out in South Dublin, but we don't know if they're getting bus routes or not until we hear back from the NTA. I mean, that is where there's a glaring gap right now in the current extant policy. So it's about increasing efficiency, getting better value for money for the taxpayer. And you do that with a little bit more decentralisation than we currently have. But yeah, absolutely, it can go too far, and really it is a question of where you draw the line at the most effective point.
On a similarly related topic, Table 3 and Malcolm's question.
Malcolm Stewart. The question is, what parts of your job would or would not work well for any DEM, and what teeth would you like to see a DEM have?
Pointy ones. a bit of real venom. I mean, I think nobody wants to see somebody doing ribbon cutting the length and breadth of the county. You know, the ceremonial aspects of it are great, and they're very, very enjoyable for us to do. But if we're asking the taxpayer to bankroll an executive to run the county, I don't want to see them opening playgrounds, standing next to Vikings. That's my job. But no, and genuinely, and there is a danger that it goes that far. Like, how much of a minister's time is taken up with photo calls and the likes. It is something that's really worth investigating and interrogating, and that maybe the ceremonial aspect should be retained in the vestiges of the 4 local authorities, with the Mayor of Dublin being quite, and then that comes down to the teeth, the authority, the powers, to be able to implement a programme that's agreed in consultation with the 4 local authorities. I mean, it's a question for you to answer when you're thinking about the structures of the likes. If there was to be a massive programme that connected all 4 local authorities, let's say we imagined a brand new cycleway, sort of a cycle superhighway from South Dublin into Dún Laoghaire down up through the city and up to Fingal. Would one of the local authorities have veto powers over that? So actually, we don't want cyclists coming through our county. Will that scrap the whole thing? Or do we design a directly elected mayor to say, no, I'm sorry, you've all signed up to the concept, you've agreed to leave the details to me, we're getting it done and you don't have veto power. So, I mean, I don't have a direct answer for you, but they definitely need to have teeth. I don't know how many or how pointy, but I think that's up for you to decide.
I would agree, Malcolm, with Peter there. Yeah, it's and the one thing about our role, and again, I can only speak for myself, is 1 year is such a short time. Because local authorities do not work quickly, even no matter how much you're pushing and pulling and shoving. It takes a while, and things have to go through council meetings, and you've got to reach them on the agenda. And, it can be a very long, drawn-out process before you ever get it to a stage. So things you start, it may be, in our instance, 2 Cathaoirleachs time that will actually get to bring this to fruition. And that's just the reality of it. But I mean, I would love to have the authority and the sharp teeth to get into real policy that's going to make a difference for all of the people in Dublin. And, even, well, I won't even go into them here now because it's bringing it too localised, but, what can happen in our local areas. It's the same whether it's Dublin City or whether it's South Dublin or Fingal, and that those policies can bring in to the entire Dublin area and just improve the quality of life, because that's what we're talking about, is improving the quality of life of people. So I think, if we do have a directly elected mayor, I think it's going to be a very exciting role and position, and I think it's, the outcome can be really beneficial to all of Dublin.
I think one of the big piece of teeth we need is around our interaction with national policy. And I cited housing policy earlier. And we're obliged to conform to that regardless of our own situation. So there is a question there around, can we adapt national policies? And if we can, within what parameters? And it can't be something that's numerical, like the local property tax. You can vary it up or down by 15%. Like, they're just numbers. It has to be around quality. It has to be around evidence base. At the moment, we very much recognise there are people struggling with high rents, and yet we can't give them housing assistance payment because if they're 1 cent over that threshold, they just don't get it. So could we have the authority to introduce a more proportionate housing assistance payments? So if you're 5,000 over, you get X amount. It's about giving those supports. So for me, that's key. It's policy and devising, adapting, or just rejecting national policy and making a policy that really serves our citizens in our region. So that's the teeth I'd like.
Just very briefly, Malcolm, I'd come back to what Peter had said, that to try and reimagine a completely new role, because ours it's not sustainable, really. I mean, listening to us, we have our councillor role, also work part-time jobs and do, our role as mayor. So to try and imagine something completely different. The other thing that I'm thinking of is, what would be the term of the directly elected mayor? So could it be a 1 term? So they're not thinking, because as politicians, most politicians, their first thing is to be re-elected. What happens to their constituency work? So there are questions as well, that as you're reimagining this directly elected mayor, what that will look like.
Great. So we're getting very close to the closing our closing remarks in this session. I'm going to hand over to one last question. Before I do, I'd ask the mayors to take 90 seconds to answer the question and include any of your closing remarks. So we'll go to table 9, and we have a question from Mohammed.
Hello there. I'm Mohammed from Lucan. First of all, I would like to thank you all for doing a fantastic job at the local government level. My question is, would you run for a full-time DM role? If so, what powers do you want from the central government or the executive?
I'll go first. Thanks, Mohammed. The answer is yes. I absolutely love being a public representative. It is a hugely privileged role to be voted in by the people. As I said to you earlier, I'm a very new politician, and I think that brings, you come to it with fresh eyes. I'm often shocked at what I see happening. But something that all four of us spoke about outside was that importance of relationship building. And that has been really such a pivotal part of our role, building relationships with not just the chief executives, which are extremely important, but the whole executives and then our members and everyone else. So from that, and that's been probably the most enjoyable part of my role, and why I would say, yeah, actually I would put myself forward for being directly elected mayor if that was how it turns out. The powers that I would love to see are the ones that we've mentioned already, the ones that we know Dublin needs to work together. Housing, number one. And that we cannot be constrained by national policy, that we're able to actually make decisions for our own communities that will serve them best. Transport and climate, they would be the three ones that I would say they're the most important, that we would have a directly elected mayor would have proper, and as Malcolm said, proper teeth that we could actually make changes. But yeah.
Thank you. That was 90 seconds. Perfect. And we'll just pass the baton on, please.
Yes, I would. I've learned a huge amount over this year, and particularly around how Dublin, my area, works and doesn't work. And my biggest frustration is when I don't have that power or authority to make it work better because of national legislation, because of funding constraints. I mentioned in my interaction around soft powers and the power of frustration, or of persuasion. There is a disjointedness there around statutory agencies. I'll give you an example around drug misuse. We see an issue in the city whereby we have very vulnerable people who are suffering from drug misuse, and we do not have a system that will take them, that will stabilise them, that will bring them into detoxification, into recovery, and into a full potential of living an independent life. We do it on the ground ourselves between Regional Homeless Services, HSE and Garda Síochána. But if we had more power, that could be our Dublin policy, because we know it works and this is what we want to do. There's other small pilots around young people that are engaged in antisocial behaviour that's leading to criminality. Early intervention, and I'm talking at 0 up, that could be our national Dublin policy. So you're looking at how to empower your citizens and your people to be the best people you can. And if you can do that, you're going to have the best region you can. And of course, that is going to be a massive big threat to Dáil Éireann and the Oireachtas. But if we got this right, it could be an incredible model for other areas in the country, and it could transform people's lives. And I think that's what I would love for everybody living in Dublin City and region.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I was born for the role. I'm really, really at home in that position. But, some of them has been mentioned. One thing with planning, I think we do need to look at planning over the entire Dublin area. And this was really brought to light during the pandemic, where Dublin City almost became a ghost town because nobody was coming in to work there to sustain the cafes and the restaurants and whatever, whereas on the suburbs, people were trying to get extra staff because they couldn't cope with the amount of people that were coming in. So I think we need to address that imbalance, and we need to have more people living in the city. And as Alison mentioned there, and of course we would all agree with that, but the more people you have living there, the more active and passive surveillance that you have, the less antisocial behaviour that you have. And we do need to look, we need, the whole area around mental health is not working here, and we see that, and we see people suffering from addiction and other things. We're not able to give them the help. It seems like nobody can give them the help, and then they're just frightened human beings living in doorways or hiding somewhere in the dark, and it's heartbreaking, and somebody needs to do something about that. And I'd love, as a directly elected mayor, if that could be something that would be addressed. Obviously, things like housing and transport and climate, that's not something that you can do in just one local authority and think it's, that has to be entire Dublin, and you hope then that it comes out through Ireland. So there's so many issues there, and so many really worthwhile ones that I would love to get my nails into, and the role is there because there is one Dublin, really. Thank you.
I can't wait for the Labour Party selection convention. These three women are amazing. That's going to be the best debate ever. I'm an independent. I don't have such concerns.
You might change.
I'm going to book the trend here. No, probably not. I probably wouldn't run for a directly elected mayor of Dublin. Not the way my circumstances are at the moment. I was a member of the Green Party. I left the Green Party. I'm now an independent. I probably wouldn't do it as an independent. Even though, in my heart of hearts, I think somebody that didn't have a party mandate to fulfil would probably do a good job. If somebody didn't have national policy or any other loftier goals than being directly elected mayor. I mean, okay, what I'm saying is I'd be perfect for it, but I probably wouldn't. How many councillors here? Could I just ask the councillors to put their hands up? See, there's 12 councillors here, right? Those people are overworked, underpaid. Almost every single one of them has a second job in addition to being a public representative. If this doesn't go well, and if we end up just replicating that on the macro level, no, disaster. I'm staying well away from it. I represent, Clondalkin population approaching 30,000 people. That's daunting enough. I became mayor. I represent 250,000 people. You're saying do the same thing for 2 million, 2.1 million? That's very daunting. The idea that you might do that if it's not properly resourced, if it doesn't have the proper powers, if it doesn't have the proper authority, no, I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. But if it's done right, yeah, absolutely.
Leave it to a woman, Peter.
Huh?
Leave it to a
I
woman.
should leave it to a woman, absolutely. They'll do a better job. They'll do a better job with less complaining and in half the time. But look, it's up to you. And as to what those powers should be, look, I think I said it in my slide. I think you should try something. Be brave and try something. Go with housing, transport, climate. The nighttime economy is a really good one and something that could be capitalised on. Safety and security as well. But it's going to require a massive reworking of the way we've always done things. And that's one of the hardest things to do in Ireland, is to fight that, but we've always done it this way.
Yeah.
So let's do it another way.
Yep.
And then maybe I might have a rattle at it.
So, members of the Assembly, that concludes this morning's session. I would just like again to thank the 4 mayors of our 4 local authorities for the time this morning. It's been a real privilege to have you with us. Your contribution was immense. We really appreciate your honesty, how candid you were, and that you expressed your opinions. And it's given us all great material to reflect upon. We're now going to, before we break for lunch, we've got some really interesting sessions in the afternoon. We start at 1:45 at 13:45 with Dr. Dermot Scully, who will give us the Limerick's perspective. They elected for the citizens for directly Lord Mayor. It hasn't happened yet. I think we're all interested to know why that hasn't happened, and his experience as a former Lord Mayor of Limerick. And then later on in the afternoon, to close off the day, we will have the international experience with the representation from the Mayor's office from Paris, Boston, and the Manchester Greater Region. So thanks for your time. We'll say goodbye to everybody online, and we'll be back again at 13:45. Once again, a big bullabus for our 4 mayors. Thank you.
to the afternoon session for day 2 of the Dublin Citizens Assembly. We're now going to start into our session, and welcome to everybody back online. Great to have you with us. We're going to start into a session with how other regions do it, and we're going to have a look at through that prism. And it is a great privilege again to have another unique and experienced speaker with us. We have Dr. Dermot Scully, who's an academic advisor to Limerick, who was the academic advisor to the Limerick Implementation Advisory Group, and indeed a former mayor of Limerick. It's a real privilege to have him with us this afternoon. He's one of the eminent people in this field. We're going to learn an awful lot from over the next 15 minutes from the presentation. Indeed, some of the Q&A we'll have with Dr. Scully. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Dermot Scully.
Oh. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Jim, Chairman. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to live up to that introduction, but it was very nice of you to say it anyway. You've got an awful lot of detailed information so far today. And I'm going to be throwing a bit more at you, but what I want you to do over the next 15 minutes is just take a sort of a step back and a broader view, because one of the messages I want you to leave with here today is that our system of local government is not the norm. It is very much an outlier. It's unlike anything that exists anywhere else in Europe. In fact, it is the weakest, most underfunded system of local government, and the one with the least powers and the least authority of any of the countries in Europe. Or almost any. We're going to look at that in a little more detail. I want you to take a look at this map, first of all, because this is a map. It's an old map. It's a couple of months out of date because Russia has been expelled from this organization, so you can actually take them off the chart. I left it in there because the information I'm going to share with you dates from when Russia was still a member. But this is the Council of Europe, not to be confused with the EU. But often when we talk of Europe, we talk of 27 countries. There are actually 48 countries in Europe. And all 48, or most of them anyway, Belarus and Kazakhstan being the previous exceptions, and now Russia, are members of the Council of Europe. It's primarily a human rights organization founded after the Second World War to promote democracy and human rights in Europe. And it's best known for the European Court of Human Rights, which is based in Strasbourg. Again, a lot of people think that's an EU institution. It's not. It's an institution of the Council of Europe. You're going to be hearing a lot more about this over the next 6 months because Ireland has just taken over the chair. From Italy in Turin last night. So Simon Coveney is now actually the chair of the Council of Europe, or he's the chair of the ministers in the Council of Europe and will be for the next 6 months. You may wonder, what has any of this got to do with local government? Actually, an awful lot. The Council of Europe are the organisation behind the European Charter of Local Self-Government. Why is a human rights organisation promoting local government? Because local government, effective local democracy is one of the strongest protections against tyranny. If you allow local people to make decisions about their lives in their own local communities, you enhance democracy, you enhance freedom, you enhance human rights, you enhance all of these things. So they've been pushing a set of principles. There are 30 in all. The link is there to it. I'm not going to go through them, but it's only a 6-page document. You're going to get a copy of this presentation afterwards. I'd encourage you to take a click on the link. Read through it. 6 pages, 30 principles. Very short and sweet. First laid down in 1988. Ireland didn't ratify it until 2002. Now, the Council of Europe has no teeth. They've no power to enforce the Charter, but they do periodic reports, and they publish them. The last one done in Ireland was in 2013. And of the 30 principles laid down in the Charter that we signed in 2002, so 11 years beforehand, we were found to be in breach of 22 of them. To put that in context, Putin's Russia, which was still a member, was found to be in breach of 7. In other words, a local authority in Ireland has less autonomy, less authority, and less power than a local authority in Putin's Russia. And that's the message I really want to get across to you. Our system is not actually normal. Of the 44 countries that signed the Charter, because not all 47 that were in the Council of Europe signed the Charter, but 44 did, Ireland was ranked 43rd. The only one to score worse than us was Moldova. Of the 27 countries in the European Union, obviously, we come last. Last in terms of powers, last in terms of functions, last in terms of funding, last in terms of absolutely everything. The 2013 report, which is the most recent one we had, pulled out various things that need to be addressed. They said the lack of involvement of local authorities in education, in healthcare, in public transport, the fact that there was no statutory input into policing, were things that are normally done elsewhere, but aren't done here. The idea that Dublin City Council, or the 4 Dublin authorities together, don't run the bus service in Dublin is quite amazing. And again, would not happen in any other capital city in Europe. It is very, very unusual, and this is the message I want to get across. We have a highly centralised system of financing. This isn't my words, this is the report from the Council of Europe, that allows for limited discretion to local authorities to determine service levels. You have a relatively weak mayor. In fact, I think they pulled their punch on that one, in relation to the power of what was then called the city manager, now called the chief executive. The fact that at the time, they said councillors aren't being paid enough. You've heard that again this morning. Limited participation for women. This is something we have actually improved a little bit on, but at the time only 16% of councillors were women. Very few young people, very few wage earners. And the last one, the impossibility of removing the county or city manager. In theory, the chief executives report to the council. Councils actually have to pass a vote to formally accept their chief executive, even though they have no role in picking them. And if they decide to vote against accepting them, the minister will simply impose the chief executive anyway. But they go through the charade of accepting a chief executive because, in theory, the chief executive reports to the council and works for the council. In reality, they don't. In most other countries, they do. The council can hire the chief executive, the council can fire the chief executive. That's assuming, of course, that the chief executive isn't the mayor, which in many cases they are. Now, in case you're thinking, oh, well, that was 2013, I'm sure everything's changed. Dr. Mary Murphy did a study in 2019 for the Forza Trade Union on local government across Europe. And she found that Ireland came 27th out of the 27 countries in terms of powers, in terms of functions, and in terms of funding. Again, there's a link to Mary's report there. The two charts that I put up there aren't from her report, actually. They're from the one I did for the Limerick directly elected mayors, and you've got a link again to that if you want to take a read of it. Again, it's very short, so that's the main thing. But the one on the left is just to point out something that, again, most people don't really realise. We have the fewest councillors per head of population in Europe. We have far fewer elected representatives at local level than the rest of Europe. We have more at national level proportionately than most of the countries in Europe, but we have by far the fewest at local level. And the one on the right-hand side as you're looking at it is just a modelling of systems from the ones that give the most power to the elected mayor and the ones that give the least power. And you'll notice that in each of them, the strong mayor model has many countries involved in it, the committee level model, the collective model. There's only one country in Europe that uses the council manager model, and that's us. It used to be called the British model, except the British don't use it anymore. Well, they do use it in Scotland, and I'd get into trouble if I say the British use it in Northern Ireland. That could lead to all sorts of disputes. That's exactly what the term means. So it's used in Scotland, it's used in Northern Ireland, it's used here, and that's it. So we've grown up thinking that this is the norm, that this is the way things work. It isn't. It's not the norm, it's not the way things work. And it doesn't have to be this way. In terms of the amount to spend at local level in Ireland, it's less than 2%. You go to Denmark and you'll find that's about 70% of total government expenditures at the local level providing services in localities. Here it's about 1.2% is directly spent at the local level. Now, a lot more money is spent in local areas, but it's coming down directly from government and it's dictated by central government. Now, in places like Limerick, when we were talking about this, we're always talking about let's take power away from Dublin, let's bring it back to Limerick. In reality, what you're talking about here is let's take power to Dublin. And let's take it away from certain people in certain offices in Dublin that hold that power, but don't hold it on behalf of the people of Dublin. I know, realize I'm going to be told you're advocating here. Don't advocate, just give the facts. But to recap, these are facts. Ireland has the weakest local government in the EU, the most underfunded local government in the EU, the fewest councillors in the EU, and the weakest mayors in the EU. And a question I'd ask, and I'm not going to suggest what the answer is, but is there a connection between all of these things? Is there some linkage? So how do other countries do it? Well, the reality is there are many, many different systems, and you could spend the rest of your lives studying the systems, and we've only got you for a few months. So we'll give a very, very quick overview, and I know Sean Riordan is going to give a much more in-depth one on a couple of examples later. But essentially, there are three major ones. Well, there's four. There are directly elected executive mayors. There are council-elected executive mayors, where the council has the power and chooses the mayor, but the mayor is still the executive. You have the council manager system, whereby the council is a check on the manager, and the manager is the executive, called the chief executive here. And then there are hybrid systems, which are a bit of a mixture of all of them. And I suppose one question would be, wouldn't it be great if somebody had actually run an experiment, see which one of these works best? And the good news is somebody did. They had to go through an awful lot in order to run it, but post-war Germany effectively did do this experiment. Because this was post-war Germany. It was an occupied country occupied by the four Allied powers. Now, the prologue to this is that Adolf Hitler destroyed local democracy in Germany. Again, local democracy is a bulwark against tyranny, so tyrants like to get rid of it. He purged any mayors that weren't members of the Nazi Party, he purged any body in senior executive positions in council that weren't members of the Nazi Party, and the local Nazi Gauleiter became the head of the local administration. Sometimes the Gauleiter went to the bother of appointing themselves mayor. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they liked the chains, and others couldn't be bothered. But essentially, when the Allies came in, they found they couldn't continue using the system of local government that was already there, so they needed to bring in a new one. And what happened was each of the occupying powers introduced their own system in their own region. So in the south of Germany, in Bavaria, in the south, the American system area, they introduced directly elected mayors. In the French zone, they introduced council-elected executive mayors. And in the north, they introduced the British system, council-manager system, our system. In the east, they went with something very similar to the Nazi system, just replacing the Gauleiter with the General Secretary of the Communist Party. And it remained like that up until the fall of the Berlin Wall. And then after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the cities and counties in eastern Germany said, look, we need a new system of local government. What are we going to adopt? We clearly can't continue using the one we've had. So they went looking for a new one. Every major town and city in what used to be East Germany went with the US system, the directly elected mayor with executive powers. Now, part of the reason for that was because Bavaria, and this probably has got nothing to do with the system of local government, it's just a coincidence, that Bavaria went from being the poorest part of Germany in 1945 to being the richest in 1990, so it was seen to be a success. But there were other arguments for it as well. And essentially they decided to go for it. Now, that led to a certain amount of soul searching in the former French and British zones, where they went, well, hang on, why are we using the system of local government that was imposed on us by the Allied powers when Eastern Germany has decided to go with this one? And over the next decade, almost every city in Germany switched to directly elected mayors with executive powers. In some places, they introduced council chairs that were separately elected and chaired the council separate to the mayor to act as a check and balance. And in some places, they also introduced recall referendums, whereby a mayor's decision could be overturned by the public. Those checks and balances, one or other, and in many cases both, were put in place everywhere, because you do have to have some forms of checks and balances on it. And Germany, with its history, was particularly conscious of the danger of electing the wrong person, because they knew what had happened when that was done before. As of now, 76% of Germans live in cities or rural regions that are governed by a directly elected mayor. Almost all the cities. Nobody in Germany lives under a council manager system. Flensburg was the last one, and they switched over in 1999. So they completely abandoned the British system, decided that wasn't working. Some places have kept the French system. And Berlin, quite uniquely, is a city and a state. So Berlin actually has a parliament, has a minister-president that runs the state, and it goes by the title Mayor of Berlin. So the Mayor of Berlin isn't really a mayor, they're a state leader. So what sort of things came up in Germany? Well, the main thing, given their history, is that there were obvious concerns about introducing elected mayors throughout the country. There were worries about the quality of the candidates and nature of them. Would the person be able to do the job? Would be a danger of electing extremists? Well, to date, no extremist has ever been elected as a mayor in Germany. It's never happened. They've been electing mayors in southern Germany for 70 years and have not yet elected somebody who would be regarded as an extremist. And the Germans have very strong and clear ideas about who's regarded as an extremist. In 20 plus years since the adoption of directly elected mayors nationwide, since roughly the turn of the century when the last council manager system was brought to an end, the quality of the directly elected mayors elected has improved steadily. You're tending to get people elected with stronger educational background, with more experience, candidates of objectively higher quality across the board. And the systems of checks and balances has worked. Independent council chairs are the norm, with occasionally the added-on power of the referendum. The other thing that the Germans kept was professional management below the level of the mayor. So the mayor is the chief executive, the mayor makes the decisions, but those decisions are implemented by full-time public servants who are professional managers. And that system seems to work for them. Now, so far, everything I've given you is what I gave to the people in Limerick. But Limerick was a much easier one to decide on because it's one council. The recommendation that's gone to government is very simple. We put the mayor in where the chief executive now is and give them the powers of the chief executive. And by the way, we've got a list of additional powers we'd like you to devolve from central government. There wasn't the issue of, have you got four authorities, what are you going to do with them? Are you going to blend them? Are you going to do them in different ways? And I know this is what Sean is going to be talking about in a few moments, but again, I want you to think about this because you have got effectively a blank slate. If you were arguing about the boundary between Limerick and Clare, and believe me, I've had that argument, people get very, very hot up very quickly and get very angry very quickly. I suspect the boundary between Fingal and Dublin City Council isn't quite as fraught an issue. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I don't think it's as deeply held. I think when you've got one Gaelic football team led by one great manager, you know, it tends to bring people together in a way because the rows between Limerick and Clare always came down to hurling, inevitably. So the sort of options that are available. In New York in 1898, New York was 5 cities, the 5 boroughs. You had a separate mayor for Brooklyn, the Bronx, Manhattan, Staten Island, and Queens, and separate city councils. They decided to merge them all into one. Created one council, one mayor, executive mayor, directly elected with powers, council separately elected, independent chair, to act as a check and balance on them, pass the budgets, etc., etc. That's one way of doing it. It's very effective, it worked. It wouldn't be the norm in Europe because we would say, hang on, that's 7 million people, you've got one council over them, you need something more at the local level, and they don't have that. London, which is a similarly sized city, went with a different approach. I'm using English language examples now because I know not everybody speaks German, and I certainly don't. But it's easier for you to look it up if you want to check these things out yourself. In London, they decided to leave the 32 authorities in place. So there are 32 councils in London, 32 mayors, 32 chief executives, one of whom is called the Lord Mayor of London, who rides around the golden coach and has the big chains and presides over the Lord Mayor's banquet, and it's changed every year. And then they have a directly elected executive mayor, who's just called the mayor, not the Lord Mayor, doesn't have robes or chains, but has specific authority over specific areas. So they were given policing, they were given public transport, given tourism, given environmental policy, various ones. A separate London Assembly elected to act as a check and balance on the mayor and to approve the budget, and you put this overarching structure in. But the original authorities still exist, and they still have power and control over the areas that they always have power and control over. It's potentially another model. A third approach is similar to what they've done in Auckland and New Zealand. In Auckland, they abolished the 11 existing councils. They merged them all into one, single council. 20 councillors elected. So I'm saying very few councillors, good God. 20 councillors. Auckland is a city of 1.5 million people. New Zealand's a country of 5 million. It's very similar to the relationship between Dublin and the rest of Ireland. And within Auckland City Council, which is both a city and a region, there is a large rural area. So how do we handle this? Surely the people in the city are just going to outvote the rural areas. So what they did is, each councillor is elected, now they're elected in single seat constituencies, so it's easier to do under that system. Each councillor was made the chair of their own local board. There are separate elections to elect 9 people to each of the local boards. So you have 180 local councillors just looking after the local board area. They're one of the 20 constituencies. Then you have 20 higher level councillors, if you like, who form the overall council. And that is chaired by a directly elected mayor. The reason I'm giving you these 3 very different examples, they're all attempts to solve this problem of how do we bring a disparate region, not, in case not even a disparate region, how do we bring a large area, how do we govern it? And the reality is you can do it whatever way you like. There isn't a right or wrong answer. And I know whatever decision you recommend is going to have real world consequences, so you'd like there to be a right or wrong answer, and I'd love there to be a right or wrong answer. All these options are available and all these options are open. And it's a matter of trying to weigh them as to which you think is going to work best. Now, the crucial difference in London and Auckland is that in Auckland the power rests with the centre, rests with the 20 councillors, and the local boards have devolved powers from there. In London, much of the power still rests with the 32 councils. And the overarching just deals with the issues that are separate to that, so it's a different approach. Now, I'm going to finish just by showing you these 2 people. The first is Fiorello LaGuardia, 3 times elected mayor of New York, and it's an independent mayor of New York 3 times. LaGuardia Airport is named after him. And because he was the most successful independent in America, he was approached to see would he like to run for president. You know, break up the duopoly of the Republicans and Democrats. And he famously said, who wants to be president when you can be mayor of New York? Because as mayor of New York, as the executive of a city of 7 million people, he controlled the police force, the fire department, you name it. Education, schools, health services, the whole lot. Had immense executive power and could deliver for his constituents, who were mostly the Italian-American community. The other person I want to point out to you is Phil Goff. Phil is the mayor of Auckland. Now, he's not an executive mayor. He's a directly elected head of what is effectively a council-manager system. It's the old British system, with one very, very important difference. The council in Auckland hires and fires the chief executive. Chief executives serve a contract of 3 years, with a possible extension of 2 more to 5, and their decision on whether to hire them in the first place or whether to fire them in the meantime is carried out entirely by the council. That gives the council very considerable powers over the chief executive, who is the accounting officer and who does report to them and retains the power within there. Now, the reason I'm pointing out Phil Goff, we had 4 very excellent mayors here, and I'm sure anyone would be delighted to have any of them elected as the mayor of a united Dublin authority. But the likelihood is that it won't be one of these. It'll be somebody of a very different calibre, because the directly elected representative of 1.5 million people, or whatever roughly is the population of Dublin City and County Council area, the city and county, is going to be probably the foremost political position in the country. arguably more powerful than the Taoiseach. Now, Phil Goff, when he decided to run for Mayor of Auckland, was the leader of the opposition. His successor in that role was Jacinda Ardern, the now Prime Minister of New Zealand. He was a 4-time Cabinet Minister, an MP for Auckland. He stood down to run for Mayor. A non-executive Mayor. You can imagine what he would have done with executive powers. That was the calibre of the individual that went for the job because the job was so important. And because you got somebody with that level of clout in there, and because the council itself had powers, they've been able to drive things forward in Auckland and actually tackle some of the problems that have been outstanding for a long time. So it's the equivalent in Ireland, the exact equivalent would be Mary Lou MacDonald stepping down from the Dáil and running for Mayor of Dublin. You know, that's the scale of the role, and that shouldn't surprise you were that to happen, or Leo Varadkar or anyone else of the Dublin TDs deciding to go forward for it. Because this is a major role. This is an incredibly important role that you're designing and deciding how it's going to work. So it's not an easy job, but it's a vitally important one. And as a purely selfish matter, we've gone through this process in Limerick, not like this, which would have been fantastic, but just sitting around the committee. But I do get the impression that we're sort of hostage to your decisions. So we've gone for a very maximalist position in demanding as much as we possibly can get for Limerick, and I'm hoping that you're going to do the same, so that it's more likely that we'll actually get that. Because if the Mayor of Dublin isn't given the powers, it's going to be hard to give them to the Mayor of Limerick. And I think both cities need them, and I think the country needs them, because we need a thriving Dublin to have a successful Ireland. So it's not a case of trying to take powers away from Dublin, it's a case of trying to give powers to Dublin and enable Dublin people to, elect the person who makes the decisions affecting their lives, and elect the council to keep on watching them. That's it. Sorry, I hope I didn't go over time. I just see the red light there. I probably shouldn't have shut down the computer either. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dermot Scully. That was a fantastic presentation. Again, dovetailing nicely with this morning's discussion. You've given us so much to think about. We're just going to take a few moments to set ourselves up for an online presentation by Dr. Sean O'Riordan, who is the public management consultant and who will speak to us about different mayor models. So just bear with us for a few moments. Thank you.
He slammed down the screen. Okay. I get him to join again. Okay. Okay. He'll probably realise at this stage it's disconnected. Yeah, I'll text him here. Okay. So, first things first, I'll join. I'll admit Sean and yourself. Okay. No, I think we should be. Yeah, I think there's. Yeah. Yeah, actually, the setup. Okay. Let's go Zoom. You couldn't make it up, could you? Great. So if you go to Zoom, you should be straight into it. Okay. Okay, so sign in. Sign in. When you sign in, you should automatically jump into it. Okay. done the wrong start. Oh, have you? Yeah, let me just.
Presentation by Dr. Sean O'Riordan. Unfortunately, Dr. O'Riordan can't be with us this afternoon, but it does give me great pleasure again to introduce him. He's a public consultant, management consultant, and Sean has a rich and broad experience in local governments and public affairs. So please allow me to introduce Dr. Sean O'Riordan. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Hopefully the technology will work. First of all, I should welcome you all to Malahide, which, as you may gather from my voice, I'm actually getting over a dose of COVID and I'm following public health guidelines, so I can't unfortunately be with you today. So let me start. Hopefully my screen will work. Yep, okay. Can I just confirm that the screen is changing? Could somebody just confirm that for me?
That's good, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Jim. Thanks very much. Okay, so just to kick off and following on what I have to say were really excellent presentations over the course of this morning and right up to and including Dermot's presentation, which, you know, clearly indicates the sort of challenges that are going to confront you as an assembly over the next couple of months. Hopefully what I'll do is give you just a broad sense of what's happening in some of the major comparators that we might look at as examples, and indeed others. And that should hopefully lead into a reasonably succinct introduction to some of the presentations that are coming from the individual mayors that are speaking later on this afternoon. Now, you know, why do we compare systems of local government? And something I'm doing on a reasonably regular basis. Indeed, some of the methodologies that Dermot suggested are ones that I would be very, very familiar with. And it's simply to allow us to try and get a sense of what alternatives are out there for us when we look at the reform of local government, whether it's here in Europe or indeed in the States or in Australia and elsewhere. Are there things that work out in these different parts of the world that might work potentially back in Ireland or France or wherever? Are there in particular mistakes that could be made or have been made that we should try and actively avoid? And again, I think Dermot's really excellent presentation highlights the need to avoid mistakes because of the investment that's required politically and economically to refocus the role of not just local government, but in fact the entire public service. And if that's gotten wrong, it can be very, very expensive. It also allows us to benchmark ourselves. And again, Dermot really highlighted this, the extent to which Ireland would be considered, frankly, a laggard when it comes to local democracy and to systems of government and critical public administration at local level. Now, having said that, one has to be reasonably cautious at the same time, because a lot of dimensions make up the background to why it is we have a particular type of local government system or a particular type of public service and a national political system. And I'll touch in on that. And sometimes it is a bit like trying to compare apples and oranges. They may not necessarily be the same, just to be conscious of that. That said, let's have a look at it. Broadly speaking, right across the globe, pretty much every major city region is confronted with huge challenges coming through from urbanization. And consequently, and again has been pointed out several times over the course of the day, the idea of directly elected mayors or directly elected executive leaders taking control and advancing change in terms of how services are delivered is now a norm right across the OECD. The outlier in some respects in that regard has been, until recently with the advent of Limerick, has been that of Ireland, and hopefully a key impetus to change will come true from the work of yourselves in particular. A key core role for these new types of mayors, and we'll see examples of them later on today, coming from different systems, but very often with the broad same perspective on their role and the change that they underpin, is that mayors provide a platform through which delivering effective public services that are person-centred are best delivered. And again, as Dermot pointed out, we are absolutely unique in our understanding of where services should be best delivered in Irish public management historically. Now, in fairness, that is beginning to change, but it is going to be probably a long road to roll back some of the changes that have been made historically. But certainly, when we look at most effective delivery platforms for public services that are person-centred, they are generally through urban councils, rural councils, wrapped around a democratically accountable elected chief executive or a chief mayor that's supported by a body of professional administration and technical staffs. So there's no question at this point, but that these are probably the best way to go in terms of reforming our public services. That, however, means very significant changes for how we organise our national public services. And again, I know people have been talking a lot about Ireland being centralised and so on. In fact, it is a unique model in its own right, in that it's not necessarily that it's centralised, but it is very disaggregated. We've lots of silos across different elements of public administration at the national level, which, as Dermot pointed out, are being replicated at the local level. In most other European countries in particular, there is a recognition that having a democratically accountable shared service platform called a local authority is a critical platform through which services can be met, but also through which services can be funded, including through the raising of local resources. Again, something I'll just highlight slightly and quickly as we go through the individual examples. But there's no getting away from it. Every major city region across the globe, whether it's down in Auckland or across mainland Europe over to the States, every major urban setting is under severe pressure across a range of areas, some of which are relating to trying to move towards greater, more sustainable models of development, some of which are about trying to, if you like, manage the relationship that takes place and is naturally going to be a consequence of creating mayoral models that have to interact with central government. Now, some models actually place a very substantive position of the mayor, excuse me, at the national level, and we see that, for example, in places like France. Others are slightly less in tune. And I was reminded of when New Zealand was hosting the Rugby World Cup, the then mayor of Auckland was expressly excluded from the organising committee, even though it was going to be the whole city for the actual final, because the then Prime Minister was of a different party and didn't want the mayor to be getting all the credit. So these things do happen, and sometimes they can be quite flippant, but more often than not, we are now in a space, particularly in Northern Europe, where there are mechanisms in place that provide us with good working examples of how to manage what can be a healthy tension. And again, I'll touch in on some of those over the course of the next few minutes. Critical, I think, in broad terms to any model that might be rolled out is that there's a clear understanding of responsibilities. And again, it was really interesting to listen to the mayors this morning. I would suggest listening to them very carefully in terms of what they said, because what they were saying was absolutely nail on the head. Issues of responsibilities, the capacity to intervene, the capacity of access to resources to advance delivery of better, more efficient, more effective person-centered services at local level. And how is that to be done against the background of political systems, which in the Irish case, a lot of what goes on in political context in Ireland at national level is actually very driven by local issues and concerns. And again, Mayor McCarthy pointed this out in regard to the sort of circulars and letters that we get from our members of parliament, our TDs and senators, who invariably will announce things like parks and whatever else because it's the good news. And that's what gets people elected, rather than, as she pointed out, highlighting changes that might have come through in policy terms that might be for the long-term betterment of the particular community concerned at the national level. So these things are real challenges that are confronting and will be confronted by any model that's going to be put forward for Dublin. And indeed, as Dermot has pointed out, are a key issue in understanding where Limerick is going to go over the next number of years, notwithstanding the excellent work that's been done by the advisory committee. So we do have these different models. And coming back to, it was interesting, a number of people made this point this morning. If we take Paris as an initial starting point, okay, city Paris has a population of about 2.7 million people. Population is actually falling. But in the wider Paris metropole, we're looking at a population of 14 odd million people. Within Paris itself, there are a number of mayors who are representative of the arrondissement, which are essentially area councils within the Paris city region. And those councils then nominate representatives to sit on the City of Paris Council, which by the way is bigger than Dáil Éireann. And they then in turn nominate the mayor of Paris. So Anne Hidalgo is the mayor of Paris at the moment, but she's one of 21 mayors within the city region that is Paris, because each of the arrondissements would have their own mayor and their own councils responsible for immediate service delivery that are person-centered. So a person that we should all be trying to get to know is the person beside the mayor of Paris, who is the mayor of Saint-Denis, which is of course where Stade de France is based. And he and his colleagues from the various arrondissements work closely through the overarching coordinating role that Anne Hidalgo plays at the City of Paris citywide level. It's also worth noting that, and I think this is quite an important point to just keep in mind as well, across most of what you might describe as the successful city regions of the globe, there is an increasing effort politically to try and directly engage with the citizens of the city. And Paris has been an outstanding example of this. They've set it up, the Citizens' Assembly, which has statutory responsibilities made up of citizens who would guide and advise on legislation and on advancing initiatives directly to the mayor of Paris. So in addition to having the 170 odd members of the Council of Paris, she also has access directly to citizens to hear their views in regard to changes that may or may not be required. So it's certainly well worth looking at and keeping in context, because we see similar types of initiatives, and I'm sure mayors this afternoon may well mention them, we see similar types of initiatives occurring in other cities. If we just jump across the pond to the United States, and Boston has been referenced many times. Is Ireland closer to Berlin than to Boston? In fact, the city of Boston itself is quite similar in size to Dublin City. It has relatively limited but important functions under the leadership of Michelle Wu. And around the city then, there's a wrap of essentially 100 city authorities in Greater Boston, with a population broadly similar to that of Ireland, to the Republic of Ireland, who look at strategic planning and look at the long-term strategic transport needs of the wider region because of the relationship. And this is, in a sense, not dissimilar in some ways to what happens in Dublin, where you have, as highlighted again by the mayors this morning, the regional assembly taking on the role of setting broad strategic intent for regional economic and spatial development, but the immediacy of service delivery then occurring through the individual local authorities. But what is interesting there is that if you go back into Paris and compare and contrast the numbers of councillors that are in Paris with the number of councillors in Boston as a city. So Boston City has 13 councillors, but they do take on very, very clear leadership roles within that context, and are compensated accordingly. Another example that you're going to hear a lot about today would be that of Manchester. And the question about Manchester is, again, who's the mayor? So we have Andy Burnham, who in some respects may also be seen as the effective leader of the political opposition nationally within England in regard to the relationship with Whitehall, Boris Johnson and the Conservative government. And I think it's fair to say he's been a real stone in the shoe of government in England for the Conservative government over the last number of years. And Andy is directly elected by the people of Greater Manchester, which itself became an authority which grew out of an organic growth of strategic relationships. Again, it was interesting, the sorts of things that the mayors mentioned this morning about meeting together regularly and talking together regularly and getting the councils to cooperate regularly. Manchester grew out of that process several years back and got to a point where it became a political necessity to create a political structure that would allow the people of Greater Manchester to vote for responsibilities that would be delegated back out of Whitehall in particular, back into the combined authority structure headed up by Andy. But as Andy plays the role of mayor, alongside him are 10 authorities that continue, like in London, to exist within Manchester, and indeed below the 10 authorities of say, Manchester City Council and so on, Bury and so on, are indeed community councils, which are not unlike the town council structures which existed in Ireland before the 2014 reforms, which Philip Byrne would have mentioned this morning. Now, interesting enough with Manchester, and again, I'd be interested to hear what Andy is saying about this, because he's certainly been in the firing line in terms of the relationship with Whitehall. There has been a migration of what were traditionally centralised services from Whitehall back into Manchester as part of the role that Andy and his team play. But I think it's probably arguable it's been done in some respects to the disadvantage of the overall structure, because it has provided an opportunity for Whitehall to reduce levels of subsidy on critical services that are provided by the authority and indeed by the local authorities within the authority's area. With the result that local government in England generally has been very, very severely, far more severely impacted, frankly speaking, than indeed the local authority structures in Ireland, which, as Philip pointed out this morning, were very severely impacted by austerity. But by comparison with what mayors and our colleagues across the combined authorities of Liverpool and so on in Northern England in particular, they are really, really put to the pin of their collar to meet their obligations in the delivery of social care and education and so on, because of an ageing population and other factors. Meanwhile, Whitehall is taking the benefit of reduced budgets to support them. That said, there is now a levelling up process in place, which was announced a few months back with great authority to underpin the city deals that have been put in place by government departments in Whitehall with the various mayors. What is interesting there is that when you look at the city deal framework and the amount of money behind them, by comparison with the amount of money which is envisaged for spending through local government in Ireland under the National Development Plan, the actual cash money that has been spent or planned to be spent in Ireland is far, far greater, in fact, than the so-called levelling up funds that are going to be made available. And again, it'll be interesting to hear what Andy might say about that. So that's why I do urge caution sometimes to just stand back and look closely at the detail of what is going on around us in local government reforms in other parts of the world, because sometimes you have to be careful what you look for. Helsinki, again, is another interesting model, which is, Helsinki City Council, again, is broadly similar to Dublin City Council. The region of Greater Helsinki is very like Greater Dublin in the sense that you have places like Espoo and so on, which would have broadly similar populations to Fingal's and South Dublin's Dunleary Rathsdowns of the world. And even below those, not unlike what you have in Manchester, you have town or commune authorities that still retain a level of significant independence. But the city of Helsinki itself elects 85 councillors every year. And that's the picture there. And again, it was interesting to hear some of the mayors talking about this morning, the idea, if you like, of mini cabinets running the structure in the local authority context. And this structure is replicated across much of Europe, as Diarmuid has pointed out. And I was delighted that he highlighted Germany. There's a great story about an Irish Taoiseach, a German chancellor and a French president that should be told sometime in terms of their views on local government. But Diarmuid certainly highlighted the importance that local government and the structures that are similar in Nordic Europe to much of now Germany, federal Germany, in terms of the responsibilities, the leading responsibilities that fall to the local authorities. Philip mentioned this morning that the Dublin City Council spends about $1 billion a year, which sounds like a lot of money, but by comparison, Helsinki City Council, which is the same size of population broadly, spends about $5 billion a year, plus $1 billion on top of that in terms of capital investment, in broad terms. And that is led by a group of elected representatives, supported by a chief exec and a team. And that's just to give you a sense of the sort of structure that you're looking at. It's a broadly similar structure to what you'll find pretty much across Nordic Europe into places like Germany and so on. And what is really significant about that is that social or person-related services are the responsibility of the local authority. Hence, for example, the level of spending that the local government does in Ireland relative to the level of spending that has been done in Finland. So, again, it provides us with an interesting model. The members, the mayor and the deputy mayors are chosen from among the body of the elected councillors. And again, there's a similar region structure that does region sort of planning to what has been done in Dublin. The difference is that the scale of their responsibilities, there's, when public service looks at the reconfiguration of and reform of delivery of services to the citizen in Finland, and indeed across much of Europe, they focus on the person-centred services as being the primary responsibility for the local authority. And therefore, that's where much of their focus will be. Whereas in Ireland, I suspect if you looked at Dublin City, its spending, there's $1 billion on day-to-day spending, but there's probably the guts of $1 billion, I would imagine, not far off it, on spending in capital infrastructure on an annual basis. So, as I say, quite a different approach. To conclude, and I'll be happy to take questions in a little bit more detail once we finish, but there are many different types of mayors. Some are powerful, others are less so. And again, Diarmuid has really exposed that very clearly. Many do have executive functions, but many others just depend on a powerful pulpit role. They went after the fall of Franco in Spain and the re-establishment of local government, a bit like what happened in Germany, the re-establishment of regional structures like Catalonia and so on, and underneath those were cities like Barcelona. Pierre Maragall became the mayor of Barcelona, And he had very, very limited responsibility, just like Ken Livingstone would have had very, very limited responsibility when he first went in as mayor in London. But they used the pulpit basically to bully the regional or national authorities to push more power. Mayor Daley in Chicago, again, a great example of where that happened. The problem with bullying, and I use the term advisedly, cajoling, aligning, convincing, lobbying, whatever way you want to describe it, other national politicians in particular to hand back powers is a very, very great challenge, but it has been successfully done in other countries. They haven't had to do it to the same extent in Nordic and Northern Europe generally, but certainly in some of the examples that we look at across the globe. Some models do, and again, it was interesting to hear this coming forward from questions this morning, but if you just got rid of the 4 authorities and had the one authority, being frank with you, that has not been such a successful model where it has been attempted. And in fact, as Dermot pointed out, Auckland effectively rolled back quite a bit from the single authority structure to have a lot of local structures, simply because of the need to ensure local voices being represented and having a capacity to input in how government is run within Auckland. And indeed, when a similar type structure was proposed for Perth, it was dropped. And indeed, Melbourne successfully did away with any efforts to have the restructuring of authorities around Melbourne City Council, which is, this Melbourne City itself is about the same size as Cork City. But they have a lot of authorities like Helsinki around them. So, we need to just be alert to these factors as we think in terms of the ideal model for Dublin. We'll go into that in a little bit more detail maybe tomorrow. A key issue that is absolutely central to what works is, and this is a really strong recommendations come through from the Implementation Committee in Limerick, but is a norm found across pretty much all successful models of mayoral government, whatever type you might be talking about, is having agreement between the mayors, the relevant councils, the regional or indeed the national structures. And you find that in the Nordic countries and mainland Europe generally, even across to the States and so on. It's absolutely critical. And I suspect it would be absolutely critical here in Ireland as well. Political experience is important, but it's not essential. Leadership and communication skills are absolutely critical, perhaps going back to some of the points that were made this morning. And alongside that, having platforms for citizens of Dublin to engage with the mayor would be a strong recommendation from my experience of working with local government systems across the globe. Absolutely essential. I'll finish there, Jim, because I'm conscious of running over time and people may have questions that I'm happy to take.
Dr. O'Riordan, thank you very much. That was so informative. If you could stay with us for about 15 minutes. We're just going to go into a private session now, so we'll say goodbye to those online. We're going to stay in here. But before I do, could you just all maybe just stand up? I know it's late in the afternoon and we're into the wackle. Our circadian rhythm has kicked in, I can see. So if I'm 12 o'clock, I'm 12 o'clock now, as in the hands of a clock. Can we do 2 laps clockwise? 2 laps clockwise of your table. 2 laps clockwise of your table. Very good. I tell you what, Art, they're really on the ball today. They're just, they're all going the right direction. Fantastic. So we're going to hand back over to your facilitators. We'll start the Q&A just for Dr. O'Riordan and for Dr. Scully. We'll start the Q&A at 3 o'clock and we have a hard stop at 3:15, okay? So before, if you could just have your attention, please, the facilitators, just please bear in mind for all the Assembly members that when we get the presentations from the Mayor of Greater Manchester, the Vice Mayor of Paris and a former member of Boston Council, Mr. Larry De Gara at 3:30 p.m. that we'll go straight into the Q&A afterwards. So we need to prepare for that now as part of that process. We did listen to you after the last session, so you want to have that gap, and we're giving you now the gap between the presentation and discussing what was presented, to come up with some questions, but also consider what questions you potentially might ask those three representatives of Great Britain, France and the USA. Thank you. We'll talk to you again at 3 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our question and answers session. We have questions now for Dr. Dermot Scully and for Dr. Sean O'Riordan. The way we're going to run this session for this afternoon is we will just go to the floor, so we'll raise our hands, law of us, and I'll moderate it. We have until 3:15, so 3:15 will be the cut-off time. So we'll open the floor. Thank you. So table 5, Lorraine.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. What happens if there's a direct conflict between the policy that's set at national government level and the wishes of local government? So, for example, housing. National government wants to solve a housing crisis and wants to build lots of housing, but you will often find that local government, or at least local government officials or elected representatives, may be opposed to a housing development because they feel it's too dense or too rushed or too not appropriate for the local area. So my question is when you're dealing with major policy issues, what happens if there's a conflict between what national government want and what local government want? Where should decision making lie in that instance? Thanks.
So Sean or Dermot, who'd like to take that answer? Maybe Sean?
Yeah, I'm happy to do so, Jim. It's a very interesting question. In part, it's driven by the fact that in most mayoral systems, there are structures, as I was mentioning before we broke up, for conflict resolution based upon agreed shared political programs between the national and the local. Now that's a concept which is absolutely unknown in Ireland at the moment, although it is a critical proposal which the Limerick Implementation Group has suggested, and I think would be absolutely necessary as a recommendation coming through from yourselves, if you want to try and ensure that there are means by which a dialogue can be put in place to resolve conflict, because it's a political system, so there will be conflict. That said, the delivery of housing in other countries tends to be quite different from the way it's done here in Ireland, in that very often, once decisions are taken in policy terms by the council to drive forward with particular types of development in particular types of areas, the extent to which there's detailed planning consents rather is lessened, and there's a greater focus on, if you like, getting the technical pieces right. So the decision is essentially seen as having already been taken. So the constant following of decisions being changed or rechanged or being reanalyzed, you don't get the same extent of that in other countries. There's also a very strong administrative judicial system in most of Northern and Western Europe. We are very dependent upon the common law system that we have here in Ireland, underpinned by constitutional law. So there's very well established legislative codes built up over quite literally hundreds of years in some countries, where these types of conflicts have been worked through previously, and therefore precedents are already determined, and therefore reduces the amount of conflict that can happen when it comes to that sort of conflict between national and local. But it does happen, and it's part of the political process, and it's something that has to be worked through.
Thanks for that, Sean. I'm going to go to the next table. It's 9, 3, 10, 1 and 7, and then we're on to 2 if we can get there. Table 9 now. I am conscious with John. That's 2 councillors in a row. We've got a question, so just mindful of that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John Walsh. I just have a question, I suppose, around obstacles to decision making. And I wonder what either of you would see as, in terms of kind of major policy areas like housing or public transport, what are the obstacles to effective decision making, either by local government or between local and central government at the moment? I suppose Lorraine mentioned housing. And there has been a lot of debate around how the planning system may slow down the building of housing. But I just from my own, I'm a fairly new councillor, my own experience as a councillor, local government has to jump through a whole series of hoops to get approval for major housing development and faces considerable obstacles in getting approval and support from central government and from the Department of Housing. So I'm just wondering, what's your perspective on that? Thanks.
Yeah, just if I'll jump in if that's okay with Sean. The question really is, where should these decisions be made? Now, you mentioned public transport, and I'll just focus on that for a moment. As a councillor or as a council, you can decide to put in a bus lane. And you can decide we're going to have a quality bus corridor or a bus lane here. You can't decide to put any buses on it because you don't control the bus company. They're completely separated. That's the sort of thing that simply wouldn't happen elsewhere. Now, we do have to be conscious, and I know Sean is constantly mentioning this, that we have to work within the political culture that exists in Ireland, and we have to work within the administrative state that exists. So whatever system we come up with has to try and dovetail with that. I'm conscious that Dublin may have a little bit more leeway in order to push the boat than Limerick did. So all the recommendations we came out with from Limerick were trying to work within the system as currently exists. So the statutory consultation, the sub-cabinet committee and so on, we're all part of that. But really, most decisions that can be made at local level should be. And that should be the guiding principle. And that's the big sea change that needs to happen and the way. And just on the question on housing, yes, obviously we're all familiar with NIMBYism and we're all familiar with objections going in. And I was a councillor for 15 years and I objected some developments that people in my area didn't want. So I well understand that I'm not going to be holier than thou on this. But a mayor elected for the whole of Dublin is going to have a very large constituency who want houses and who will be able to vote for them. One of the problems with our current system is because we have small geographically defined constituencies, not that small, but because we have geographically defined constituencies, you get the votes from the people who are currently living there, not from the people who would live there if the houses were built. But within an entire Dublin constituency, you're going to get the votes of the parents who want houses for their children and of the young people who want to buy houses but haven't yet got it and the vote is still at home with mum and dad. They're still going to vote for you if you're the one delivering it and vote against you if you're seen to be the one objecting and blocking it. So the political dynamic changes when it's a single person elected across a broad area than when you're electing small, discrete geographical constituencies. So I think that's part of the change. But so the biggest single thing I would try to get across is the amount of powers that you have as a councillor are far less than what they should be. And while we're talking about a directly elected executive mayor and we're talking about the powers of that office, one of the principles that Tim O'Connor, I know he's going to be in a couple of weeks to talk about the experience in Limerick, outlined at the beginning, is that the mayor should be a force multiplier for the council, both for the officials and for the elected councils. The idea is to use this to try and drive reform whereby the council has more power and is able to do more things. It's not simply about taking powers away from the councillors and taking powers away from the chief executive and giving them to the mayor. That really would, there'd be some benefit to it, but it wouldn't be much. The real prize for this is reform of local government that delivers more services locally, that gives more control over expenditure locally, and that enables things to drive forward. And if you're deciding where the bus lanes are going, yes, you should be the one deciding where the buses are going. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Thanks for that. So it's 3, 10, 1, 7, and 2. We're back to 3. Malcolm, I know you've asked a question earlier on. Is there anybody, if you give a bit of space to answer the question, please? If you could just maybe stand up and thank you. Just announce yourself. Thank you.
Hi.
So it's okay. Thanks.
I might fall down. Sean and Dermot, I wonder, could you tell us your preferred model for locals for GMs and why?
We're not supposed to advocate, are we? I think I sort of made my one clear, Sean. Do you want to?
Yeah, just from the chair's perspective, we would not like you to advocate your personal preference, but maybe the benefits and challenges of one such model.
I'll come in there because Dermot has been pretty clear. We'll obviously get a chance to debate this a bit more fully tomorrow, but I think the best model is the model that the people of Dublin want and what they're willing to push for.
That's a great answer.
What it is that they're willing to pay for. If you're willing to pay for a very highly developed system with properly functioning responsibilities and so on, you'll go in one direction. Is that a realistic option? in the short term, probably not. I mean, that's one of the really good things that Limerick have done, actually, and which, again, I wanted to compliment Tim and his team in the implementation group, because they've given if you like, a platform now for continued rollout of additional services through Limerick City and County Council, if government chooses to advance it on the basis of successful implementation of the proposed programme for Limerick that will be developed up by the first mayor. So I think we're at the start of a journey for Limerick, and I think we're at the start of a journey, hopefully, for Dublin, in whatever manifestation it takes. But it's a journey that's going to take place, and over time, we may begin to go back to the sort of structures that are very common across mainland Europe, which are very focused on person-centred services being delivered by the local authority and not by multiple agencies responding into different platforms at national level.
Maria, it's a great question. Dr. O'Riordan, thanks from the chair's perspective, thank you for answering it that way. I'm going to go back to the back of the room now. Table 10, please.
Hi, James is my name. I just have a really quick question about the definition of what you mean by a directly elected mayor. I think a couple of the examples that you spoke about earlier seem to infer that mayors of some of the big cities are elected by the councillors. But I thought the exam question was about the electorate having a separate ballot to vote for a person to give them a bigger mandate. So I just wanted to clarify, is there different ways to elect a directly elected mayor, and what the experts' view on which might be better?
I suppose just to, and I'll jump in on this one because Sean very kindly answered the previous one and got me out of a hole. There are different ways of electing an executive mayor, and the powers of the office are separate to the election. So in France, they still use the Napoleonic system, but originally that consisted of Napoleon saying your mayor, your mayor, your mayor, your mayor, and handpicking them. Now the councils elect them, but the office has the same power that it had back then. A directly elected mayor is, by definition, a mayor elected by the people in a vote, straight to the position. And my understanding is that's the decision the government have already made. So in effect, we're not debating whether or not it should be a directly elected mayor or council elected mayor. That decision's been made. It will be a directly elected mayor. They will have executive powers. The questions really for us are what executive powers should they hold, and how should the whole thing be structured? And there are enormous questions, as you've just seen, whether it should be 4 local authorities, whether it should be 1, whether it should be 20, should you have a separate council chair acting as a check on the mayor, exactly what should the role of the chief executive be? Huge questions. The one thing that's already been decided, to my knowledge, is that it will be a vote by the public to choose the mayor, straight up, not a vote by the council, as is currently done.
Thanks. Darren, I'll go to table 1, please, and then 729.
I know I'm a councillor, Jim, but they did give me permission to ask this question. I did.
I was observing.
I did go back
the
to
direction.
them, didn't I, Tim? I did. Janice is my name, and our question is around. We had the mayors earlier on, and when the question was put to the 4 of them, 3 of them said that they would put themselves forward for a directly elected mayor. So the question comes from that. Anybody in the state can put themselves forward for election for any office in Ireland. You can put yourself forward for once you have the backing of the people and sometimes a political party. So the question that we have is how do the other places that have directly elected mayors, how do they keep the party politics from taking over once the person is directly elected? How can we ensure that it's the citizens that they are responsible to rather than their party? So I think that's the question, yeah? Yep.
It's
Thanks.
a good question, and if I can try and answer as somebody who used to be a politician and thankfully isn't anymore. It's a political office, so whether it's an independent or a member of Sinn Féin or a member of Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil, Labour Party, Greens, Social Democrats, whatever, they will have a political identity. Even an independent will have a political identity. They will need to work with a council on which it's likely no party will have a majority, and therefore they're going to have to work across parties and try to represent all the people. The question of who makes sure that they work for the people, well, the people do. and you vote them out at the next election if they're not, or the council would probably, and this is something you need to think about and something we have put into the report from Limerick, the council probably needs to have the ability to sanction the mayor if the mayor has gone completely off the rails, up to and including at some point, and it should be a pretty high bar because you don't want the person democratically elected by the people to be removed by the council, but at some point it should even be possible to impeach a mayor and remove them from office if they're guilty of, crimes and so on. So all of that has to be built into it, and these are the sort of things that you're going to discuss and trash out and come up with. But the nature of the office of mayor tends to be quite different to the nature even of a councillor, because for a councillor you're a member of a party or an independent and you're part of that group. As a mayor, you are trying to represent everybody. So it's a bit more like the President of Ireland, but with executive powers. And whoever the President is and whichever party they represent, when they get into office, they do try to represent all the people, even though they fight ferocious battles to get in there and very party political battles to get in there. Once the election's over, they tend to move beyond that. Mayors often tend to do that as well. And you often find when they're running for a second term, particularly if they've been successful, they run as a sort of a unifying candidate, father or mother of the people sort of thing. And this often comes about. So you do kind of get people who are elected and re-elected, often with very large votes from the opposing party, if they're successful, because a successful mayor is one that does exactly what you're suggesting and works on behalf of the people.
Okay, so we've reached our time. It's 3:15. We're going to have to hold it there. Out of due respect for our international guests who are joining us in less than 15 minutes, and indeed for yourselves, to give you a refreshment break. For those tables 7 to 9, and I did notice a couple of other hands going up as well. We do have Dr. Sean O'Riordan back with us tomorrow at 11:15 to discuss high-level options for the type of direct elected mayor and local government structures. So if you could please hold those questions. I just want to say goodbye to everybody online. Thanks for joining us. See you back in 15 minutes. Thank you to Dr. Sean O'Riordan and to Dr. Dermot Scully. Thank you.
And welcome back to our afternoon session for Dublin Citizens Assembly. My name is Jim Gavin and I'm the chair of the Dublin Citizens Assembly, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce this session with 4 eminent guests who have taken time out of their weekends to be with us here live in Dublin City and County in Malahide. And I'd like to introduce on the screens, we have the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Mr. Andy Burnham. The Vice Mayor of Paris, Miss Anoush Tirani. And the former member of Boston City Council and author, Mr. Larry De Cara. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. We've been given a remit by our Houses of the Oireachtas, our Parliament here in Ireland, to consider what is the best type of directly elected mayor and local government structures that are best suited to the great city of Dublin City and County. And we would like now to hand over to you as our international guest to make a 10-minute presentation. I would ask you if you can stay in line after the presentation to take a question and answer session for approximately 5 minutes. So 45 minutes, excuse me. So we will start off with the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Mr. Andy Burnham.
Oh, thanks very much. It's good to be with you all. I was in Dublin in person recently on a joint trade mission with the Mayor of the Liverpool City region. It was the first time that 2 English mayors had been over, and we couldn't have had a warmer welcome. The green carpet was well and truly rolled out, so we're really grateful for that. And obviously we have such strong ties to our friends there in Dublin and Ireland, so great to be joining you this afternoon. For those of you who don't know, I was 16 years in the UK Parliament as a Member of Parliament for a constituency in the north of England. Now, sadly, a red wall constituency, but we're hoping to change that back. I was a junior minister or a Minister of State in the Blair government, and then a cabinet minister in the Brown government. So I've kind of seen politics at different levels. But if you like, the change that I made, I kind of fell out of love with the Westminster system, because if anything drew me to go there, it was to speak for the north of England and get a better deal for the north of England from what is a very London-centric country, as you know. And I just found I couldn't do it. Myself and Steve, the Mayor of Liverpool, you may remember that we worked jointly on Hillsborough. And that is a prime example of how an over-centralised political system completely ignores the voice of a city crying for justice. And the city was right, as we know, and the government was wrong. And it was that experience of trying to fight that issue within the government that sort of drew me on a different path, if you like. I fell out of love with the Westminster world that I've been a part of. And when the new role of Mayor of Greater Manchester came along, I felt that was more right for me, and Steve felt for him. So the two of us went together to become the first mayors of Greater Manchester in the Liverpool City region. And none of us, we don't look back at all. You know, when you're out of Westminster, you can do things so differently. When you're starting at the city level, it's a place first approach, not a party first approach. It just makes politics work very differently, and neither of us regret it. And 5 years on, it is 5 years now that both of us have been in these roles. I like to think that the voice of the north of England is getting louder and stronger all of the time, and hopefully we've played a part in that. In terms of the structure, just to give you a feeling for what structure we have, and obviously everywhere is different, and look forward to hearing from Anoush and Larry on this topic, because you can do it differently, and you know that's very much an individual decision. For us, we had a debate in England about regional devolution during the Blair government, and there was a sort of move to impose a regional layer at the northwest level rather than the city region level. And you might remember there was a referendum on it first in the northeast of England, and it went down very heavily. And I think the public always kind of will be sceptical about another layer of politicians at a sort of fairly remote level. And I think what we've done with English devolution to the city regions now is coming at it a much better way, because our model takes the building blocks of local government, not a new layer created. So in my case, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority is the 10 councils of Greater Manchester, Manchester, Salford, but then Wigan, Bolton, Bury, Rochdale, Oldham, and then going around the south, Tameside, Stockport, Trafford. I think I've mentioned them all there. They are the GMCA, and they come together to form that administration that I lead. I'm the 11th member, if you like, of the GMCA, and that's the model for English devolution outside of London. And I think it's working well. It's different to London, and I would always say this, wouldn't I? But it's superior to London, because if you look at London, the Mayor of London created 20 years ago, and that obviously has been a model that's worked. But you've got a mayor there, and a new layer was created, the GLA, the Greater London Authority, and that is separate to the councillors and the councils in London. And there's a sort of gap between the 30 or so councils and the GLA. In our case, there is no gap. It's quite a lean system, but not just lean from a sort of financial point of view. If we decide on a direction of travel in Greater Manchester, myself and the 10 councils, and given that we have a degree of health devolution, all of our system will move as one together, the whole thing. There will be real alignment all the way through, from the bottom right up to the top and back down again. And we've made big progress on some social issues like homelessness because of that approach, where everyone pulls in the same direction and you don't have the sort of fragmentation that you get perhaps in other places. So that's our model. I think it is working. I could point you to many reasons why. I think other reasons, but hopefully you've got a sense of the efficiency of the system, but also the kind of the simplicity of it, which I think is important. And then the mayor is just the one addition, if you like, that creates the voice for the city region. I'll finish, Jim, if I just make three quick points. I'm personally really pleased to see Limerick first and now Dublin moving in this direction. I think it is the way to go. Let me just give you 3 reasons why. Firstly, I do think it makes politics work better. If you're starting with place, Dublin or Manchester, rather than party, well, you're starting with something that unites people. Everybody believes in that place and wants it to do well. And it is doing well from what I saw on my last visit, but I'm sure it can do even more. So place first rather than party first is a good starting point. And I think it puts the emphasis on the practical rather than the political, and actually means that everything's not conducted through the prism of national politics and the things that are going on there. And I think that's a really good way of making politics work better. Secondly, I think it works policy work better. In the 21st century, and Paris is showing this, absolutely leading the way through the amazing Mayor Anne Hidalgo in Paris. Cities are driving the race to net zero from the bottom up. That's where the change is happening. That's where the new ways of thinking, the new ways of living are being brought on first. That's where the new technologies are being proved. And this is a race that will be won from the bottom up, not from the top down. You can't legislate your way to net zero. You've got to persuade people to change. You've got to improve transport. You've got to improve people's homes, retrofit them. That's why you need to be able to make things work more quickly from a city region level and build partnerships between industry and academia and everybody else. So I think it makes you're setting yourself up for the future by having strong city regional governments, I think, going forward. And the last point, Jim, very quickly, is tomorrow here in Manchester, we will be marking 5 years since the bomb at the Manchester Arena. And obviously, you'll probably all remember that moment and where you were when you heard the news about that. And it's still something that, is raw here in our city. And it'll be a difficult day in Manchester yesterday. And it came not long after the Bataclan and everything that happened there. And there were similarities. all I can say is sometimes in the world that we live in, cities do need leadership. You know, the people of cities need leadership in those moments so that they can kind of come through those difficult moments. Look at what Mayor Klitschko has done in Kiev through the war. Amazing leadership, and I just think, you know, Ireland, Dublin is ready, I would think, right now to, you know, to come into that same space. We've only just got there. We left it too long, but I think, you know, for reasons of better politics, better policy, strong voice, I think, you know, a system of city region governance is the way to go, and I hope ours might be of interest to you. I'll leave it there, Jim, and I'll hand back to you.
Thank you so much, Andy. The fantastic comments and presentation. We now hand over to the Vice Mayor of Paris, Ms. Anoush Taranian.
Thank you, dear Mr. President, dear mayors, dear members of the Assembly. I am Anoush Taranian, Deputy Mayor of Paris, in charge of NGOs Life, citizen participation and public debate, and an elected representative of the 15th District of Paris. It's truly an honor to be here today, Ireland being an international model for citizens' assemblies and deliberation. And I am sure our discussion will lead to a great mutual arrangement, so thank you for inviting me today. My intervention will be organized in two parts. The first one will tell you more about the institutional organization of our city, and I hope you didn't eat too much because it's very complex. And the second one will be more about the citizen participation in Paris. So the first one, presentation of the institutional organization of the cities of Paris. So Paris has over 2.5 million inhabitants. We have a specific status, which gives us a prerogative on both a municipality and a department. Paris counts 503 elected representatives who are elected for a 6-year term. 163 of them are part of the Council of Paris, and the other 34 are borough councillors. So the mayor of Paris is elected by the Paris councillors for 6 years and has various missions. As head of the Parisian executive, she is in charge of proposing draft deliberation. Deliberation are kind of our bill in Paris. So she proposed draft deliberation to the Paris Council, which is our municipal council, and to implement them. She's also in charge of the budget, and as an agent of the state, she's responsible for organizing the elections and implementing national laws and regulations. She ensures the updating of the electoral register, and she's a civil registrar. So to be able to fulfill all of her duties, which are big and numerous, the mayor of Paris delegates some of her power to deputies, which are elected by the Paris Council. And for instance, I'm in charge of the Paris policy on NGOs Life, citizen participation, and public debate. So now I'm going to focus on another important figures of the city, which was the borough mayors. So Paris counts 17 boroughs and thus 70 borough mayors. They are elected for 6 years, so same for the mayor of Paris, by the borough council. The borough mayor has his own deputies in the borough, and amongst other things, he set the agenda of the borough council and give his opinion on urban or estate project, for example. He is also a civil registrar for its borough, and he is responsible for subjects such as the military census or the school, for example. In certain areas, the city of Paris does not have the power to decide on the policies that are implemented at the borough scale. So this is a very complex institutional environment, and this can lead to inequalities and inconsistencies. It's the case, for example, of the participatory policies. The mayor of Paris supports a global approach of citizen participation, but certain participatory bodies, such as the neighborhood council, are managed at a local scale. So since the left has been elected, these challenges are being addressed. But the city of Paris works closely with the boroughs whole, and this is the case with the subsidies. So exchanging and consulting is constantly with the boroughs has become a part of the Parisian political culture. So let me now tell you a little bit more about the organization of the Council of Paris, which is quite complex. The city councillors have the opportunity to form political groups. There are currently 7 political groups and also some non-attached members of the city of the Council of Paris. We have 4 left groups which compose the majority, and the 3 other groups are from the right side of the council and are part of the opposition of the mayor. So those groups play an important part in the implementation of the municipal law through issuing motions, vows, adopting deliberation, etc. Another thing to know is that the city of Paris is part of what we call the Métropole du Grand Paris, which is the big Paris metropole, which includes 131 cities surrounding Paris. The metropole of Paris counts 7 million inhabitants and is competent in areas such as environment, spatial planning, housing, economic development, etc. Paris has another particularity. Since it's a capital city and it has a historical revolutionary city, the mayor is not fully in charge of certain specific fields. Some competencies fall within the remit of the prefect of police. So the Council of Paris is therefore held in presence of the prefect of police. He carries out the deliberation that enter in the area of his jurisdiction. Sorry, hard to say. This can lead, for example, to certain difficulties. For example, the mayor and the prefect of police are both responsible for traffic issues. And if ever the mayor wants to implement alternative traffic in her own city, she's not able to do it in a position in her own. So it's some of these fields are difficult to handle with the prefect of police. So this was for the institutional and organization part of the city of Paris. Now, let me tell you a word of supporting civic engagement and developing empowerment. As you can see, our institutional organization is very complex and not so easy to understand. So this is why we are convinced that new ways of creating public policy should be invented. For us, one solution was to develop citizen participation. And it's been already a while in the city of Paris. We have a long tradition of citizen participation because we think it's a good way to have more innovating public policy, more adapted to the real life of Parisians. We also think that with our democratic context, it's an opportunity to create the future of Paris with and for its inhabitants. For that, we have 2 aims. The first one is to encourage civic engagement and empower Parisians. The second one is to include Parisians in our public decision-making. To encourage civic engagement, we have been creating different tools for several years. First, we have what we call the Paris Citizen Card, which gives access to various city events, enables the citizen to see behind the scene of public services, to encounter elected representatives, etc. We also have citizen workshops, which are a sort of a popular university. And then we have the Paris Volunteer Community. The community of the Paris Volunteer allows Parisians who want to act to be able to do it. They are trained, they are given specific missions and with the skill they have developed through the trainings, and the time they spend acting for the community is of course valued. So the Paris Volunteers community is on 3 axes. First, for training, 2, mission, and then how to valorize the time spent during their mission. So to make it more understandable, I'm going to give you some example of action. For example, they organize the collection of food and first necessity supplies for the Ukrainian refugees who arrived in Paris. They organize workshops on the environment. They test the accessibility of the city for people with disabilities. So this is the Paris Volunteer in order to give the Parisian the power to act. Finally, some words about public participation in decision-making. We have a lot of bodies and mechanisms to collect opinion and ideas of Parisians at the district level and at the city level. Our bodies are permanent, they have a specific budget, and Parisians can use those bodies to make recommendations to the executive. The citizen can also contribute through a digital platform, which is called ideas.paris.fr. So to get further in the intensity of participation and in order to enable the citizen to play an active part in public decision-making, we have two specific tools. The first one is, of course, the participatory budget, and the other one is the Citizen Assembly of Paris. So for the participatory budget of Paris, you know, it's the largest in the world. Between 2014 and 2020, 552 millions of euros of investment have been decided by the Parisians themselves, and more than 17,000 ideas were proposed, and more than 3,000 projects and work sites were carried out. So the second tool, is the Citizen Assembly of Paris. It's an innovation of this mandate. It was a request by the Parisians themselves in 2019, and this new body gives them a real power to act on our municipal policy. The assembly is composed of 100 Parisians drawn at random. It's a body which is representative of the diversity of Paris, because we took into account the boroughs, of course, the parity, obviously, the levels of diplomas and age group. So the citizens are also, you have to know that the citizens are compensated up to 44 euros per half day. This was we took the base of the trial juries. Then the Citizen Assembly has 3 missions. First, ensure citizen watch. 2, decrypt and evaluate project or municipal policies. And 3, propose and influence public decision through citizen motions and deliberations, which are the bill of the Paris Council. The Citizen Assembly is first plenary took place in January 2022. Its members then followed several training courses. For instance, they learned some tips to be able to speak in public. They received information on the way the city is organized, etc. Then they were divided into 3 thematic workshops. First, social and education, then environment, and 3, public space. And they are currently working on specific subjects in order to better the city on these issues. That's it. I believe that I use all my time, so I won't be any longer, but I try to present you as quickly as possible the Parisian organization. But as you could see, it's not so easy, and pardon my very bad English accent. So I hope it was clear. And I thank you very much for your attention. And I'm, of course, looking forward to hear what you have to say and answer all your questions. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor of Paris, Ms. Turanian, your English was perfect. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
I would now like to introduce the former member of Boston City Council and author, Mr. Larry DiCara. Larry.
Great, thank you very much. As someone who was on the City Council for 10 years, I've given plenty of speeches, never done so on a Zoom call internationally. And I'm really honored to participate. And I will give a brief synopsis of our city government and how it fits into the governments of the states. You know, the United States is 50 states, and each of them has their own systems which provide for various options for municipal government. In some of the southern and western states, there are more city managers, then there are mayors. The pendulum swings back and forth. Massachusetts, which is a state of 7 million people, more or less, has 351 separate cities and towns. Boston is the biggest. It's almost 10% of the state, about 700,000 people, and has been a city since 1822, and has had various forms of government, some of which I lived through, some of which I read about, some of which I helped to bring about change. And once again, the pendulum also swings back and forth as to whether one wants a smaller city government, a larger city government. How do we involve the average citizen? So beginning in 1822, Boston had an elected mayor, and believe it or not, the mayor was elected for a one-year term. And then we had a bicameral form of municipal legislative branch, where we had a so-called common council and a board of aldermen, not unlike the United States and the states where you have a Senate and a House. And that form of government was in place till about 1909. And there was a lot of people who went to jail for corruption, and there were a great reform movement that simplified city government and made it an elected mayor, a so-called strong mayor under our system, and a city council of 9 members elected at large. And these elections happen every 2 years. And at some point, the mayor was a 4-year term. The city councils were 2-year terms. And they also, when they changed the system back in 1909, made it nonpartisan. So that at that point, Boston was probably 50-50, Democrats and Republicans. And we only really have 2 political parties in our country of significance. And they did away with parties. So that when I ran, I'm a Democrat, proud of it. When I ran for the city council, the fact that I was a Democrat was not on the ballot. It was a nonpartisan election. And the system had all 9 councils elected at large until 25, when they divided the city into 22 districts, which we call wards. And then you had 1 elected from each of them. And then in 51, they changed the system to 9 at large again. And that's the system that I was elected and how I served. And I thought went relatively well, except it did not represent all the geographic areas of the city, some of which are connected by tunnels underwater, and some of which are a little bit distant. And I led the fight to make it a hybrid system with 4 elected at large and 9 from districts of approximately 75,000 people. Been that way since 1983. It's permitted a much more diverse city council. I joked when I made a presentation like this that our diversity initiative was we had 1 city councilor who was a Protestant and a Republican, and everybody else was either Irish or Italian. That's changed dramatically. The council is now majority women. It's majority people of color. They come from all sorts of backgrounds, and it works relatively well. Some cities in other parts of the country have much more powerful city councils than Boston does. Boston is a so-called strong mayor form of government. And this year, they are beginning a more democratic budget process, such as appears to be the case as you've had in Paris, and appears you're very democratic in Manchester as well. And we'll see how that goes. Those of us who study history, we had a lot more democratic systems, and maybe they didn't work so well. Maybe this time it'll work out fine. We are at this point a very prosperous city with a strong tax base. And when one has, in our case, about $100 million additional revenues every year, that provides an opportunity for the democratic instincts to help provide new programs. And we are dealing with homelessness, just as Andy mentioned, as are most of the great cities of the world. I encourage the discussion to provide an opportunity for every different aspect to be heard. I would encourage you not to make it a complicated system, and democracy can work quite well without being complicated, in my opinion, and make it clear in writing as to which group does what, because sometimes that is unclear. And in Massachusetts, we have all sorts of different kinds of government. I tend to think that the strong mayor government works the best. And that's despite the fact that when I ran for mayor, I didn't get elected. And I would love to be a strong mayor. And when I was on the council, obviously, I wanted as much power as I could get. I legislated all sorts of things. And it also depends upon there being men and women of goodwill, people prepared to give of their time, to understand that it's a civic duty and a responsibility. And I think good people of all shapes and sizes, all political viewpoints will stand up and participate in whatever government you create. And I'm more than happy to respond to questions about anything that I may understand from the point of view of how we govern in Massachusetts and across the country.
Mr. Garcia, thank you so much. It's quite obvious we have three experts with us this afternoon. We're bang on time, 4 p.m. for a Q&A. So thank you to our contributors for keeping to the programme. As part of our deliberative democracy process in Ireland, this is Citizens' Assembly is made up, as I mentioned earlier on, of 67 free members, free citizens of the Dublin City and County, and 12 of our councillors. We currently have 4 local authorities in the City and County of Dublin. And we have broken them up into 12 groups, and in each group we have a facilitator, and we're going to use the Q&A now that will have one member of each table who will propose a question to our international expert panel on their reflections and their questions regarding directly elected mayors and local government. So I'll hand you over now to table 1. Thank you.
Hello, how are you? My name's Emma and I'm from Table 1. And I know you've mentioned like homelessness and housing crises. And I'm just wondering, to what degree did your model of mayor and local authority inform housing policy and combat homelessness? And has it been restricted by exterior forces like centralised government? I know you mentioned boroughs coming together, but how did it come together?
We might start with Andy. Andy, if you could maybe jump in there, please.
Yeah, thanks, Emma, and thank you, Table 1. Really good question. Back in 2017, when I was first elected, homelessness was the issue. It was spiralling, and it was linked to drugs like spice. I don't know if you had that problem in Ireland as well. I guess you probably did, where there was a combination of people who were on the street, but in a very, very bad place and condition on the street. And so it kind of coincided with my election. And the truth is, the 10 councils were not coordinated on the issue at the time. And it needed to be coordinated. And I made this, what some people thought was a rash promise. I said, at the top of my manifesto, we would end rough sleeping. When it shouldn't really be a rash promise, should it? Because surely in this day and age, it should be simple enough, no, to put a roof over every head every night of the week. And I just kind of kept saying that to people whenever they said to me I was being rash or promising the undeliverable. But actually, we've made a massive difference, and I guess this is where the mayoral role can come in. You can create a sort of challenge to the system, if you like, as well, by setting an ambition that the councils would not necessarily set individually themselves. So you can both challenge, and then you can bring the coordination underneath that challenge. So just two things to say. How have we gone from having 300 plus people sleeping rough across our 10 boroughs every night to, on the latest count, 79? Well, the first thing is I established a scheme called A Bed Every Night, which I didn't have a budget for when I came in, but we just started to fund by getting all the partners to put in. And I have a charity that I established, the Greater Manchester Mayor's Charity, that raised funds as well. It's £30 a night to give somebody a room. That's how we've worked it. And we've got all the partners now playing in, not just the 10 councils, the NHS, Greater Manchester Police, the probation service. Tonight in Greater Manchester, over 500 people will be in a bed every night. And it's not just a bed when they're sort of turfed out and they have to go from, through the revolving door, if you like. It's the same bed every night. So once you go into the service, you stay where you are. And that is actually how you turn lives around, by giving people stability. And truthfully, the government haven't really, normally they are working against us. On this, they haven't, to be fair. They kind of saw what we were doing, and they did actually start to support us. So alongside a bed every night, which is emergency temporary accommodation, we have a housing first scheme, which we're running with the government, which runs to the same principle: give people a home without any pressure of a deadline to sort of, you get it for 6, it's a kind of home indefinitely. And then we put personalized support around people. And it's that ability of me to kind of get the health service working with the housing teams. Because actually homelessness is an issue that's not just a housing department issue. It kind of goes across addiction services, mental health services, and somebody's got to join those dots. And that's me. And I've, hopefully been able to do that. So we've made a real difference. It's sustained, but with the cost of living pressures that we've got, we're worried about what lies ahead. But I hope that answers the question, Table 1. It's ambition, and it's coordination, and it's commitment. And lastly, I did a walk around the streets of Manchester, city centre Manchester, on my first day in office, and I continue to do it. You've got to kind of live it and show it relentlessly that it's your personal priority. And I think that too makes the difference. And then the whole system has to buy in if the mayor is walking around and checking up for himself. So anyway, that's how we've done it. I hope that's helpful.
Thanks, Andy. We'll move to table 2 unless we have any further comments from Manoush or from Larry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, for example, on this subject of homeless people, we duplicated in Paris the Night of Solidarity from New York. So during a night, the Parisian who wants it can go and make patrols in order to have a very good vision and data of how many people are in the street and what are their situation. And this is on this principle that we created then the community of Volunteers of Paris, because we felt that Parisian wants to engage. And for this example of homeless people, we have the Night of Solidarity in Paris, and then we have a lot of tools and dispositive in Paris in order to help people in the street. But you have to understand that in Paris, this is a competency, a mission of the state. So it's a bit complicated to manage the fact that we can do things at a city level, but this is the competency of the state.
Boston's homeless situation is complicated by our weather. Unlike Los Angeles, where people can sleep outside and be safe, in Boston for a few months out of the year, you really cannot. That complicates our situation. We're also a victim of our own prosperity. When I was on the city council, the city was on its knees economically, which meant there was a lot of cheap housing. There were rooming houses, and people who were in between jobs or in between life situations could find a place. Those are now $2 and $3 million townhouses and condominiums. The rooming houses are gone. And so we've had a lot of people who have been on the streets. The mayor did a massive effort in her first months in office to relocate, give people a bed, like Andy said. 2 of those locations are within walking distance of where I live, and doesn't seem to be a problem. Some other neighborhoods have been very resistant. But there are some people who psychologically are happiest being on the street. And that it's a public health crisis as well as a governing crisis. And around here anyway, a lot of times there are drugs involved. When you arrest, when you put somebody to a treatment center, there is not one simple answer. And the mayor has taken the lead, and I think most of the councils have been very supportive.
Thank you, Anisha and Larry, for those contributions. I'll now hand you over to Table 2.
Hi, my name's Susanna, and I'm from Table 2. And my question might be more for Anoush, but I'm happy for everybody to pitch in. But we were really impressed on our table hearing about the citizen participation. Obviously, here we are taking part in a citizens' assembly, and I think we would all agree in the room this is an amazing experience, and we're learning a lot. And the thought of having a standing citizens' assembly which inputs into how your city is run is really impressive in Paris. And so I guess I have a general question and a few kind of specific sub-questions. So I'm wondering, how do the Citizens' Assembly actually influence decision-making? And then I was just wondering, what's their term? Is it mandatory? Are they drawn from the electoral roll? How does it practically function?
Thank you very much for this question. So, first of all, as I said in my introduction, the Citizen Assembly is first a request from the Parisians themselves. So we had a big debate during the crisis of the Yellow Jacket in Paris. So we create this big debate in Paris in order to know how the Parisians want to strengthen the participation in Paris. And they suggested that we create a body with Parisians drawn by lot and with a very strong link with the Council of Paris. So then we had this mission of creating this body. So we asked some experts from a foundation called the FIDE in order for them to help us build the Assembly of Paris. So we have 100 Parisians drawn by lot. It's the very first time we do that, so it's a bit new for us, and this is an innovation, so we have to create the innovation. But the one thing which is really important for us is that they can be part of the decision making in Paris. So we wanted them to be able to really influence the decision making of the Paris Council. So we want them to be able to create deliberation, which is very new in France, obviously, but in Paris, of course. So we want them to be able, on a subject, to do the citizen watch, to then go further on a thematic, and then be able to create a deliberation, which is a bill in the Paris Council, and to pass this bill directly to the Paris Council, so the Parisian councillors can amend and can debate around this bill. But the idea is that the deliberation, the bill, pass directly from the citizen to the Paris Council without any filter, such as what was done, for the Convention for Climate Convention in France. So this is the same spirit. We want the citizen to be able to create deliberation and pass directly without no filter to the Parisian Council, and so they can be able to really create the law of Paris, and to be as well able to make some vows, to speak with the Parisian councillors, and to be able to really have a direct communication to the Paris Council. But the way of making the deliberation is the main subject we want to improve, and this is what we want to do for the next few months.
Anish,
and sorry for the next question on the mandate. It's a year, so at the end of the year they will be able by half of the assembly to be able to continue the assembly or to leave. So it's a mandate of 1 year.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you to Table 2. Next question, please.
Hello, my name is James, and firstly I'd like to just thank the people here for their very interesting presentations. But my question is, in each of your respective systems, in Paris, Manchester and Boston, firstly, who does the elected mayor report to or is accountable to? And secondly, who sets the agenda for their role? Thank you.
Start with maybe Andy.
Well, thanks, James. I mean, obviously, I'm accountable to the public. I'm elected. The population of Greater Manchester is 2.8 million. So that's obviously everybody. So the adults, 2 million or so, get it, who have a vote. I see it as that's my primary accountability. I have the leaders can hold me to account. So the 10 leaders can, and they do. I can assure you, they often, why do you do this? Why? There's often, we have those discussions and behind closed doors. But very much my system is a direct accountability to the public, because the bodies that I look after, different to the councils, are the Greater Manchester bodies. So Greater Manchester Police, Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue Service, Transport for Greater Manchester. And if you look on our transport system's not brilliant. Dublin's is a bit better. I'm not sure it's much, you know what I mean. It's a bit fragmented, and it's not like, certainly not like Boston. I was in Boston recently, or Paris, and we're working on that. If you look at my Twitter feed in a given morning, you will see everybody. So this train's not this packed, and this bus hasn't turned up, and blah blah blah. The thing is, I don't begrudge that, because they've got one person to complain to now, and actually, I think they are holding me to account, because I've said I'm going to improve transport, make a London-style system. So it is a direct accountability sort of model. And who sets my job or my remit? Well, it's a simple answer again, me. I mean, I made a really deliberate decision when I left Westminster that the Labour Party wasn't going to ring me up and say, "Oh, you shouldn't say that," or "You should do." That doesn't happen. I, with the leaders, set the priorities. We set what we think is right for the city region. And that's where its legitimacy comes from. If you have a situation where it looks like somebody above you is pulling your strings, then I think you're in trouble, and I think it will fail. I think Labour got in trouble in Scotland with, that's not city devolution, is it? It's a kind of national devolution. But it was always kind of sort of perceived as the branch office, and it was getting orders from Westminster. That will fail. It's got to be about place first and independent speaking of minds for the place. So I set our priorities with our 10 leaders. I hope that answers your question, James.
Thank you.
It does indeed, Andy. We're on four questions every 15 minutes. But do you want to get in Larry? Do you want to complement that answer?
Yes, I mean, very similar. The mayor is answerable to the people. There's an election every 4 years. It's been that way for a long time. We also have, in some jurisdictions in Massachusetts, but not in Boston, a recall provision where citizens can sign petitions and put the recall of the mayor on the ballot or other officials. And that's the supreme power that the people have over the mayor in between elections. No incumbent mayor of Boston has been defeated since 1949, and that was a fellow named James Michael Curley, and he had done a stint of his term at the federal penitentiary in Danbury. So that's probably a good reason not to re-elect someone. Other than that, every mayor has been elected, every duly elected mayor. We had an acting mayor who did not, but I don't consider that to be the same. But you're answerable to the people, and that's the way it should be.
Thank you so much, Larry. Thank you for the question. Thank you. Next question, please.
Hi, my name's Paula. So my question just relates to the whole reform process for local government. So I guess Andy and Larry may have something to say about this. So just as we're looking at all these issues, did you build on existing structures to engage the citizens more, or how do they react when, for instance, the GCMA and the directly elected mayor were introduced?
Maybe Andy?
Yeah, shall I take that? Yeah. I think that ours wasn't formed in a perfect way. You might remember George Osborne had an agenda around the Northern Powerhouse. And he basically did a deal with the 10 leaders then. The 10 leaders of Greater Manchester wanted to re-regulate the buses, put them back under public control. And George Osborne wanted a system of directly elected mayors. So they did a deal. The leaders got the power to re-regulate the buses, and they had to accept in return me. And they constantly remind me that my only role in life is to sort out the buses. But it's grown a bit more than that. So it wasn't born in a perfect way, but actually I think what we found, if you're over deliberative, and I hope this isn't, I'm not disagreeing with Anoush at all, but there is a risk you won't get anywhere. It won't actually get done and I think in our case it probably wouldn't have happened if it was, because we'd had these failed experiments before. And anyway, that's how it came about. So the way in which kind of the citizens are involved now is they obviously they vote every 4 years. we don't have a recall provision, and I wouldn't be against one, by the way. I think Larry made a good good point there. That's a strength in their system. So ours is not perfect, and English devolution, as you know, is a very kind of rocky road, and it's had very false starts. But the 10 metro mayors of England now, and there are 10, all elected on the same basis as me, kind of are in place now and are beginning to work, I would say. And it was kind of just because the government just said, right, well, let's just get on with it, and we can't debate this forever. Now, I think the way you're going about it will make your system stronger in the long run, but ours is kind of is flourishing anyway, you know, and I think you know, it's probably as well that somebody just grasped the nettle and made it happen, because something had to break the London centricity of England, and finally this system seems to have done it.
Maybe Larry, anything to add?
Yes, in our case in Boston, the participatory budgeting that will take place will be in conjunction with the city council. It will not be a separate set aside or a fiscal drop or whatever you want to call it. And as a former elected official, former city councilor, I happen to think that's the way any more democratic process should go, because government needs to function. There are crises where the mayor has to step up. In our case, we had a bombing at the Boston Marathon in 2013, and we all think of that whenever there's a marathon. And in a situation like that, whoever is mayor has to direct the police. In this case, they found the perpetrators, one of whom died, one is currently incarcerated. And you cannot have people sitting around discussing crises. I was acting mayor during the blizzard of '78, the biggest snowstorm we ever had. I was 28 at the time, and we had martial law. That's not fun, but you know what? We got rid of the snow and the city survived. And I think you have to have that strong executive, and then you take it from there.
Thank you, Larry. We have approximately 20 minutes left, so thank you for the question, and we'll hand on to the next table, please. Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Jason Sheridan and proud member of Table 5. And thank you to the international speakers and everyone here today. So the question is pretty straightforward, and really it's to explain the benefits of a direct elected mayor better. Can you each share some specific examples of how you or your directly elected mayor made real change in your city? And more specifically, how did having a mayor with executive powers help this change?
Thank you. Might start off with Anush, please.
I'm not sure to have understood well the question. How do we made an impact on the municipal level, right?
Yes.
Okay. Many examples come to my mind, but for example, recently we created the municipal police in Paris, which was quite new. And we had, for example, to answer to one of the questions of who decide the mission of the mayor of Paris, we had to change the law in order to create this municipal police. So it's a police with complementary of the national police, because they don't have arms. They just go in the street and are here to, make the city peaceful, and in order to have a human presence in the streets. So I think, for example, this is a good example, because some of the time, when you go in Paris, and I mean, these are Parisians, so they're never happy, but they say to people like elected officials, oh, Paris is dirty, or Paris has a lot of insecurity. So I think the way to address this kind of issues was to create a municipal police in order for the Parisians to see people of service, public services in the street, able to answer the question, able to punish those who are putting away their trash or their cigarette maggots, So the idea was to put again a human presence in the street of Paris, and be able to reassure in a way the Parisians on the several subjects. So this is an example. I don't know if I answer your question, but same for the the tracks for the bikes in Paris. I think this changed the life of a lot of Parisians to be able to run a bike without, feeling insecure.
Thanks, Anush. Anything to add, Larry or Andy, before we move on?
Yes, very briefly, the mayor of Boston has been instrumental in reinventing our city. We were a backwater. The factories had disappeared, and we've now become a center for health and education and life sciences. And the redevelopment of Boston has involved the city council as well. But the mayor has taken the lead. This is a very different city than when I was growing up. And even when I was on the city council, I think it's a much better city. But someone has to be the singular head of government to make those tough decisions. And some of those decisions in the 40s and the 50s before my time included leveling some neighborhoods. And those are brutal decisions. Not sure we'd make the same ones today.
Just throw a few quickies in. Homelessness I've mentioned. That is a very different, in a very different position now. That will be one. A free bus pass for 16 to 18-year-olds. Other cities have that kind of thing. We just didn't, and that's made that's very tangible and direct. It doesn't just benefit the kids; it benefits their parents as well. It means they can go to any college or any job they want. That's something we're very proud of. We have taken the decision to put buses under public control, so we're on with building a London-style public transport system where, like Paris, or you'll tap in and tap out, and you use any mode of transport. But that doesn't currently exist in England outside of London. The last example I'll give is a sort of voice example. I don't know if you ever saw this on the Irish media, but in the middle of the pandemic, October 2020, we were suffering because we had a higher case rate. And I think that reflects the fact that too many of our residents are in jobs where if they get ill, they can't stop work. And that's the insecurity of labour in Britain, which is just a scandal, to be honest, but that's how it is. The government were trying to close our bars, our restaurants, betting shops, bingo halls, you name it, and offer a 2/3 furlough. The wages of people in those places, you can't live on 2/3 of their wages. So I said, well, we're just not having it. And I don't know if you remember, there was something of a standoff between myself and Boris Johnson. And they tried to impose what they called Tier 3 on us. But in the end, they had to change the policy 3 days later. And then they got the 80% furlough that everyone else was getting. So, that is an example of how it's not always a policy you might introduce. Sometimes, and I don't think anyone should be fearful of this. Sometimes a city has to speak for the people of that place and do so as forcefully as you can if you think something is unfair. I don't think you should play politics in this role. I don't think you should go about point scoring every day, and I try not to do that. But I think when there's a real issue at stake that affects people's lives, it's your job to get out there and speak for them. People here expect that. They're a tough crowd here. They expect they're great people, but they want people to be tough for them. And I would say that was an example where the system we've got here kind of, came into its own.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the answer. Thanks for the question. Just conscious that we have 7 questions to go with about approximately 17 minutes. So maybe to our contributors, we might just ask for one of you to answer the question. And if you have any follow-up, you might just make a nudge so I can see it. So next question, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy, and I have a question from Table 6 primarily to Mayor Di Cara. How did you maintain the non-partisan aspect of the mayoral role, or did party politics creep in?
We have been nonpartisan at least since 1909. I've never studied before that time. That was one of the great reforms of the progressive era. There was one effort by Kevin White when he was mayor to change the system and have partisan elections. That failed. And I think we've done very nicely. We're also a city at this point where there's not a lot of Republicans except in nursing homes. Most of the city's very democratic, very left Democratic at this point. So I think if you had a partisan elections, it would all be in the we call the primary, where you compete among each other. So I think we're doing fine, and I hope we stick with it.
Thank you so much for that question. Fantastic questions, by the way. Great discussion, and let's keep it up. Thank you.
So hi, I'm Irish, and I've got a question from Table 7. So our question is specifically for Paris, and we're wondering how the district mayors and the mayor for Paris work together.
It depends if we are on the same political group, I must say. So if it's a mayor from the opposition, it's obviously harder to work with them because they don't necessarily follow the lead of the mayor of Paris. But just for you to understand, 1 or 2 weeks before the Council of Paris, we have the councils of the district, and during this district, the deliberation for the bill of Paris are voted in this assembly. So sometimes, for example, a district of opposition can vote against a deliberation suggested by the mayor, but then at the end, since it's voted by the Parisian Council, the deliberation is voted, and then we can implement the policy. So this is what I was trying to say in the introduction, that we have to always exchange, consultate, speak with the boroughs, obviously more with the boroughs of the opposition, but mainly we constantly have to speak with them. For example, in my delegation, I always speak to the deputy mayors of the district, because at the end of the day, they are the people who are implementing the policy in a local way, you know. And we try to more and more, and this is a big consequences, I think, of the crisis, of the COVID crisis. We have to work closely with the local, because we have to give more and more of the power of the city to the local authorities, and here in that case, in the district council. So we have to give more and more. And I was speaking of the municipal police, for example, in the field of trying to make the city clean and with a lot of security. We have to give a lot of skills to the district, because we cannot do everything in a big level, in the Parisian level. We have to give more and more to the local authorities, and then we have to speak with them in order to make sure they are on our side and are implementing the policy we want to do, and which was the mandate given to the mayor of Paris during the election.
I just took a quick thought in to follow up
Please.
what Anoush said. Just might be of interest. Way we build a bit of team spirit, if you like. The 10 leaders of our councils are the cabinet. So I give them portfolios. One will lead on skills, another one will lead on housing, another one on culture. And that kind of, it's not on the sort of issues that are specific to the area. It's more just that they are involved in the sort of, the policy leading role at the GM level. Just that builds collaboration and, a sense of team spirit, if you like.
Thank you so much for the question. Thanks for the answers. Next question, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and I've got a question from Table 8. So this is for any of the panel. So drawing from your own experiences, can you give me maybe 2 or 3 examples of things that maybe you would change in your own model?
Shall I jump in?
Okay. Any takers?
Yeah, I'll jump in just because it's relevant. I'm in a discussion with the government at the moment. They've offered us a negotiation about deepening the devolution powers. And the truth for me, 5 years in, is our system's like an unfinished jigsaw. We have some powers in certain places, but not in others. So skills is an example, actually, where we need a lot more. So it's also quite a complicated system, mine, in that you've got to get everybody to agree. And then when you do all agree, you can move them one direction. But, that I don't think you can change that, actually. But what could be changed is, if you're going to go with devolution, do it properly. Don't do half a job. Don't give people. If you give people housing powers, but not, let's say, transport powers, you can't do the placemaking role properly. The mayoral role works when the mayor can join the dots between housing, transport, environment, and you can create places that work. If you give half devolution, it's kind of not going to work, basically. And we're in a bit of an unfinished jigsaw place at the moment, with skills being our biggest gap. Hope that helps a little.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andy.
I would ask that we have more powers that the state currently has, because we have the states and then the cities and town. And if anyone wants to study up, it's called Dillon's Law, which determines the balance between cities and towns. Boston does not have the kind of home rule that lots of other cities have in the states. I was part of a study, I helped to write it, called Boston Bound. Once again, if someone wants to do some digging, it's out there. We could do better in terms of that balance.
So much for those answers. Next question, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul, and I'm representing, hopefully not misrepresenting, Table 9. And I also want to ask you any difficult questions, Andy, like are you a red or a blue, or as somebody suggested to me, might even be a closet Liverpool fan. But we we heard this morning from Sean O'Riordan, and it was incredible. He gave this incredible variegatedness in relation to the different local models of governance around. He talked about UK, Germany, America, New Zealand, etc. And it was just incredible how variegated it was. And he actually did say also that Ireland are the laggards. So I think this whole process is that we get out of that category. So the question that came up from our table was, what are I assume that you all inherited the models of local government that you're now mayors for. You may adapt it and help to adapt it, but you would have inherited it. But what are the pros and cons of the models that you've inherited, the key pros and cons of the model that you've inherited as mayors in your various cities? Thank you.
Any takers?
I think we've done fine with a strong mayor and a council, and we've done much better with the council elected mostly by district than a council all at large, where at one point the council was full of Irish lawyers.
Our pro is our con, if you like, in that this system is very, as I say, lean. So the 10 councils and their leaders are the cabinet. So the pro of that is if you get everybody aligned, the power of the whole place is moving in the same direction. Everybody, we're all doing the same policy, top to bottom. The con is there's quite a lot of work involved in getting everybody aligned, and that's you lose the ability maybe to move more quickly. And that is a judgment call, I think, for this kind of system that you want. It will be different in different places, and I think that's where the judgment's got to come in. In terms of football, I mean, do you think I'd ever be elected mayor of Greater Manchester if I was a Coppite, if I was a Liverpool supporter? No chance on God's earth would that happen. But I happen to be born in Liverpool, as some of you may know. And I'm actually an Everton supporter. So I'm recovering from a traumatic fight against relegation. But Everton are the acceptable face of Merseyside football in Greater Manchester. So they tolerate me. And obviously, I line up with City and United in wanting Liverpool to lose every single game that they play. So that answers it. And if this is my last contribution, I'll just say really quickly. Do you know what? Can I just say this to the room? If a mayor of Dublin was in place with a combined authority or whatever structure you agree on, I think we'd be over there all the time, myself and the mayor of Liverpool. We came before, but we would collaborate so much more, I think, and get away from some of the nonsense that our government sort of speaks about Ireland at times. We would just move everything more into a more collaborative, practical. We signed an agreement with Belfast, Liverpool, Manchester, Belfast, Dublin. The four of us just need to get working together on green energy and all kinds of things. And I just think I'd be on the phone to the mayor of Dublin every fortnight if you had one.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the answers. Thank you, Paul. Next question, please. We're just on the final lap now. 6 minutes to go, and we have 3 questions.
Hi, I'm Shifa from Table 10. Our question was, does the power structure in place need to be specific to the population size? So when we're considering possibilities for the future of Dublin and we're looking at international examples, thank you for them, is scalability an issue?
I think the bigger the city, the more likely it is that you may have to have more councillors, more cabinet members, however you want to classify them. And that's probably something you're just going to figure out. There's no one answer.
I would add that in Paris, the fact that we are a big city and the capital, we have a specific status in Paris, which is not the same as the other cities. We have certain cities in France have a specific status, such as Paris, Lyon, Marseille, so the big cities. I think it's obviously linked to the number of inhabitants, of course. So I think the more you are in a city, the more you have to make local levels, you know. The more you have to delegate to the local in order for the inhabitants to feel that the public policy is coming to them and not that this is the big machine they don't understand. And so they have to see the policy in the street, they have to see the elected official in the street, be able to speak to them. So I think the more a city is big, the more a city has inhabitants, the more it has to be, and we have to create some intermediary levels of action and of representatives.
Thank you so much for the question. Thank you for the answers again. Super.
Hello, I'm Frances from Table 11. Dublin currently has 4 councils, the City Council representing 1 million people, and 3 other councils from the outer suburbs and county representing 300,000 people each, roughly. And do you think that should be broken up or changed in some way to work effectively under a directly elected mayor?
Ooh, can I just jump in there? In our model, you would become a combined authority. So the 4 councils would create a new entity that was a combined authority that you were all shareholders in. You all control. And I think this is where it gets difficult. But I think that for that to work, you've got to have parity. I don't think Dublin can have always a casting vote. The city of Dublin. Now I have this problem because I have the city of Manchester, the city of Salford, and then 8 what you might call smaller outlying town districts, but they all have 1 vote. The way I manage that is you have to recognize the preeminence of Manchester in our system. So typically the mayor of Manchester, the leader of Manchester or the leader of Salford would be deputy mayor to me, or would have the economic brief. If that, do you see where I'm coming from? I think having a system that you've got to have the city. The city can't dominate, I don't think. I think you've got to have a sort of parity amongst the members, but you do have to recognise the strength and the preeminence of the city within the system. That's how it works for us anyway, and it does work, by the way.
Thank you for that answer, and we're on to our final question, please, from Table 12.
Hi, my name is Kriya and I have a question from Table 12. It's probably quite a broad question for the last few minutes, but we were wondering, how do the different entities reach agreement between mayor, councillors and central government, especially if there's different political opinions or affiliations in the mix?
With difficulty. I've never known a city councillor who didn't dream about being mayor, and that included me. And I think that's the case today. Men, women, white, black, you name it. It's just part of the psyche that you have when you're in elected government. So that's just the reality of it. Some people are good at negotiating, some people are not.
Andy, maybe?
Yeah, I sort of agree with Larry about, not racing back to Westminster, but I wouldn't rule out trying to go back one day. I couldn't do a worse job down there, could I, than the current incumbent in Downing Street. But in terms of how to get agreement, as I said, our system was just born out of a fairly sort of direct deal, and to not great, if you like, from a sort of built from the bottom up perspective. But I wouldn't. Don't over obsess on perfection first time. I mean, I think you're building it in a great way, by the way. This event today is amazing. It's as Anush said, wonderful to be part of it, actually, to just give some input into it. But don't worry if you won't get perfection. Yours like ours will be embryonic for a while, and you'll need to kind of see how it goes. And I think there's plenty to draw on. There's plenty of models of governance and plenty of best practice out there. But I think it is about just getting a functioning system. Limerick, I think, obviously is going first, isn't it? And there hopefully we'll have a mayor in post. I think everyone then network the cities. We've got something called the M10. So the 10 metro mayors that includes Sadiq Khan and 9 others. Me and Sadiq and 8 others. We always are working, talking about what powers we need. How do we evolve this system? Bear in mind, we are fighting a very London-centric country here, or Westminster-centric country. So, we're working, changing, thinking all the time. And we're getting somewhere, I hope. But anyway, thanks so much for letting us be part of this day. It's been an amazing experience to be with you all. I'll never recover from being accused of being a Liverpool supporter, but I'll let that go for now.
And Anush, would you like to conclude?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very hard question, and obviously I don't have the answer, but it's very hard to be able to find the field of consensus. Even most of it in Paris, when we have all these layers of, local authorities, we have the city of Paris, we have the metropole of the Grand Paris, we have the Paris region, we have the government above us. So, it's very difficult to find a way of consensus, but we are trying our best, and hopefully the new French government will help us in making Paris a better city and more in the way of the climate change, in order to change the city in the way of, changing the deliberation and bills in order to make a better place for Parisians and tourists, and everybody's welcome in Paris, obviously. So.
Well, thank you so much for all the questions. You did marvelous. Give yourselves a round of applause. That brings to a conclusion our contribution from our international experts. And please give a big round of applause for the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Mr. Andy Burnham. The Vice Mayor of Paris, Ms. Anush Tirani. And the former Mayor of Boston City Council and author, Mr. Larry De Cara. Just on behalf of the Assembly, you'll see in front of me here we have the Irish phrase Tinlol Saronach, which the direct translation means a free gathering of people. So we have a free gathering of citizens of Dublin City and County. And to get your contribution that has been so rich, so broad, so deep, you've really given us a lot of stimulation to consider some of the broader challenges that we face when we need to report back to our House of Oireachtas, our Parliament, with recommendations and proposals of what type of directly elected Lord Mayor and local structures that we should have for Dublin. And it is really appropriate that we have these 3 countries, Great Britain, United States of America and France, contributing to this debate. A lot of our grandparents would have travelled and cousins and uncles would have travelled to Great Britain, predominantly Manchester. My parents or my uncles from West Clare would have got employment in Manchester in the 50s, and it's great to have you here with us today, Andy. There's great connections with Boston, and it's such an Irish a home from home for so many of our relations and relatives and the Irish diaspora. And to have you, Larry, here today was fantastic. And for Anush, one of our great writers, James Joyce, would have finished Ulysses in Paris and indeed Finnegan's Wake in Paris. We celebrate Bloomsday, I think, the 16th of June. And he wrote that when I die, Dublin will be written in my heart. So I hope you can take a little bit of Dublin away from you this evening for you, Anusha, and thank for joining us this morning, Larry. It's getting to midday in Boston, and indeed to just very close to us in Manchester. Andy, thank you so much for being with us today. It's been absolutely amazing. I know I've had great fun listening to it, and our assembly were absolutely fantastic as well with the questions. So I wish you a nice weekend and time to spend with your family, and thanks for spending time with the Dublin family, and we hope to see you all soon. Thank you. Our guests now have departed. We're a little bit on schedule, so we will conclude at about 15:15. There is a roundtable discussion now, private session. So we say goodbye to those who are with us online. We'll see you again tomorrow morning at 9:30 to further engage with our discussions online. So bye-bye to everybody online, and we'll see everybody back. You're now handed over to facilitators. Back with me at 17:12, so 12 minutes past 5. Back with me. Thank you. Well, welcome back to Malahide. We're back online again, and welcome to those joining us just for the conclusion. I was a little bit previous earlier on, so it's just my closing remarks on today's session. When we look back at our terms of reference, and I ask myself always, are we on track and on point with it? Well, I think today's session lived that out. We're here to convene to consider the type of directly elected mayor and local government structures best suited for Dublin and to bring forward proposals. I think we're beginning to get the funnel down towards what those proposals might be, and I think that's reflected on the questions that you, the Assembly members, are asking our local and international experts who joined us today. So it was great to see that we're very much on point, and really congratulations to you all in terms of our participation. We mentioned at our opening, one of our guiding principles is equality of voice amongst all Assembly members. Each member will have the opportunity to voice their opinions and allow other members to voice theirs, but nobody dominating discussion. Today we had a remarkable 28 different people who asked questions. So please keep that up. Well done. Give yourselves a round of applause. A Bill Bus. Also to those 12 Assembly members who were very courageous and were either put their hand up or were pushed to the podium. I'm not sure which, but you know, you did a remarkable job. Yeah, I know how difficult it is up here to be speaking publicly. I don't find it easy myself, but you made it look really, really easy. And so I think that's myself and Art can take tomorrow off, yeah? Yeah. But well done, and please give those 12 courageous Assembly members a round of applause. So I'd like to say goodbye to everybody online. The Assembly members, we have a dinner, and I know there's going to be a lot of discussion, getting to know each other as the friendships grow, but also reflecting upon some of the fantastic contributions we had today. It's been a fantastic Citizens' Assembly. Art often says to listen to the deliberative democracy process taking place when you're in your discussions, and that is the sound, the voice, we mentioned, the voice of deliberative democracy when you're talking is really, really powerful to hear. So congratulations again, great session. Look forward to meeting you all later on and break bread and have a chat about life and about Dublin. So well done again, and for those online, we'll see you tomorrow morning, nice and sharp, starting at 9:30, and we got some really good feedback and discussions tomorrow. So have a great night.